For a long stretch of medieval time, Scotland's most confident and outward-looking age grew under a royal line born from the marriage of a Gaelic king, Malcolm Canmore, and a Saxon princess, Margaret. Over roughly a century and a half, the realm's scattered provinces were drawn together and reshaped into a single feudal kingdom. Older regional loyalties did not vanish overnight, and the land still held many peoples with different histories, languages, and customs. Yet the crown increasingly acted as a central force that could bind those provinces to one authority, pulling the country toward a shared political life. What emerged was not a simple replacement of one population by another, but a mixed society, one that gradually combined the strengths, habits, and tensions of several traditions. This consolidation reached its fullest form under Alexander III, the last king of that older Celtic royal house. By the mid-13th century, Scotland's political map was closing into the shape it would largely keep thereafter. A decisive moment came in 1266, when the Isles were brought under Scottish authority, completing the kingdom's geographical platform in a way that made its borders feel final rather than provisional. The country could no longer be viewed as a narrow Gaelic core ruling distant and semi-separate dependencies inhabited by Britons, Angles, or Scandinavians. It had become a feudal monarchy in which a Teutonic cultural weight was rising in influence, while Gaelic communities were increasingly pushed toward the rougher highland zones, or reduced in many areas to the lower ranks of rural society. The task of fusing provinces and populations had been difficult, and it carried a heavy irony. Just as the long work of concentration seemed finished, the dynasty that achieved it began to slip toward extinction, setting the stage for a brutal struggle over succession that would shake older institutions and open the way for power to pass more decisively into the hands of kings and nobles whose background was not purely native. Alexander's own family tragedies made the danger clear. The loss of his son and then his daughter left the kingdom staring at the prospect of a child heir, his young granddaughter, Margaret of Norway. A formal settlement was reached at a parliament held at Scone in early February 1284, setting the succession on the little princess should no new male heir be born. The leading men of the realm pledged to receive her as their rightful lady and future ruler, not only over Scotland itself, but over a wider ring of territories and island dependencies that had come to be seen as attached to the Scottish crown. This was a measure of how far the name and idea of Scotia had expanded from its older heartland. Regions that once stood as semi-independent borderlands were now reduced, in practical terms, to a smaller set of outlying possessions such as the Western Isles, and a few districts beyond the southern frontier. Even so, this final, compact Scotland did not appear all at once. The groundwork for a unified kingdom is best traced back to David I. Before his reign, royal authority had grown southward and westward by degrees, but the old name Scotia still clung most tightly to the eastern heartland between the Forth and the Spey. That zone remained the kingdom's nucleus, the area most closely linked to the monarchy's identity as rulers of the Scots. Expansion into the south began earlier, in the 10th century, when the Kingdom of Cumbria was ceded by an English king to a Scottish ruler. At that time, Cumbria stretched in a broad sweep from the Clyde down toward the Derwent, reaching to a boundary marker on the edge of Yorkshire lands. It included much of what later generations would think of as the western border districts, and it touched English regions that were still tied to Northumbria's orbit. Within another century, eastern territories from the Forth to the Tweed, including Lothian and Teviotdale, were also drawn into Scottish hands. Yet for a long period these southern lands remained exposed and politically awkward, lying beyond the older Scottish frontier, and vulnerable to separation whenever civil war, rival claimants, or partition within the royal house weakened the crown's grip. The story of those southern districts is one of repeated attachment and detachment. During moments of turmoil, when Scotland's internal order broke or competing rulers divided the kingdom, the lands south of the Forth could drift away from the main body of royal power. Meanwhile, English kings pressed northward whenever opportunity arose. A significant tightening occurred when a Norman king seized the strip between the Solway and the Derwent in the late 11th century, placing it in new hands, and later tying it to ecclesiastical power in Carlisle. This shift made the southern line of Scotland's effective possession closer to what would become its later border. Only when David took the throne of Scotland did the southern dependencies become permanently anchored to the kingdom, and even then, older names like Cumbria slowly narrowed until they described only the portion that remained on the English side. Yet David's ambitions did not stop at stabilising Scotland's frontier. Through marriage and family ties, he gained claims to English territories, and the chaos following the death of an English king in the 1130s gave him the opening he sought. He moved into Northumberland, negotiated, withdrew, and advanced again, sometimes holding lands directly, and sometimes securing them for his son. The pattern that followed was familiar: short-term gains, hard bargaining, and eventual retreat under pressure. A later Scottish king surrendered Northumberland and Cumberland, receiving other titles in compensation. Another tried to claw them back by war and paid for it with defeat and capture. Even when certain English honours were restored to the Scottish royal house, the larger dream of a southern expansion did not last. By the time the 13th century reached its later years, disputes with England were gradually narrowed into negotiated settlements, rather than open conquest, with land grants offered in place of wider territorial claims. In Alexander III's reign, the border in the south looked remarkably like the modern one, though the crown still held some districts beyond it as dependent possessions, and those too would be swept away during the wars that followed the end of his line. If the kings of this dynasty found the southern frontier difficult to push, they made steadier progress in the north and west. David I broke the semi-independence of Moray by crushing a major revolt, after which the province was no longer allowed its old autonomous leadership in the same form. Later, challengers attempted to recover it with allies from the west, but failed, and that failure opened the way for a deliberate policy. Royal castles appeared, native power was cut back, and the crown placed outsiders and new men into strategic positions. Other monarchs carried the same approach into Ross and beyond, extending direct authority, building fortresses and maintaining pressure even when local leaders tried to reclaim independence by backing rival dynastic claimants. In time, Caithness and the far north, long entangled with Scandinavian power, through the Earls of Orkney, were pulled closer into the Scottish orbit. Under Alexander II, the vast western seaboard region of Argyll was brought under firmer royal control, so that the mainland north of the Forth and Clyde could be treated as securely within the Crown's grasp. The surrounding islands were another matter. Orkney and Shetland had deep Scandinavian roots, ruled by jarls whose allegiance pointed across the sea, and they did not become truly joined to Scotland until much later. The Western Isles stood in a more contested position. Norse raiders and settlers had seized much of that chain early, and rival sea kings fought over it for generations, with man often caught in the same struggle. Scottish kings continued to claim these islands as belonging to their realm, but at one point they were formally recognised as lying under Norway's authority. Over time, however, ties loosened. Local rulers in the Isles sometimes blended Norse descent with Gaelic connections, and the pull of Scotland grew stronger. When a Norwegian king attempted to reassert control in Alexander III's time and failed, the balance shifted decisively. Man and the Isles were ceded to Scotland in 1266, and by the early 1280s, they could be treated as dependencies of the Scottish Crown in formal succession arrangements. From then on, the Western Isles became firmly attached to Scotland, while Man's fate drifted through later conflict until it finally settled into English hands. This was the territorial stage upon which the Scotland of Alexander III stood, and it is possible to imagine its physical character with some clarity. Earlier observers had described the lands beyond Roman control as wild, marshy and thinly settled, and even if those early descriptions were exaggerated or clumsy, they catch something real about a landscape dominated by water, forest, and difficult ground. Long before stone towns became common, hill forts and rough earthworks crowned heights, and small clusters of huts gathered behind simple ramparts. By the early medieval centuries, fortified royal sites appeared in the north. Villages stood by lochs, and the great mountain spine running through the country shaped both movement and identity. Over time, human labour slowly altered the land. Christianity spread, planting monasteries and small communities that practiced agriculture and encouraged more settled rhythms. Forest edges were pushed back in places, wetlands were drained where possible, and richer lowlands near river mouths became more productive. By the late 12th and 13th centuries, Scotland's great natural boundaries still defined its regions. Mountain ranges that formed watersheds, long ridges that were hard to cross in winter, and river valleys that opened routes through otherwise forbidding terrain. But two striking features now marked the landscape in new ways. One was the rise of stone strongholds, castles built by incoming nobles granted land by the crown, and royal fortresses established on strategic sites. Around many of these strong points grew clusters of craftsmen, traders, and sailors, forming burghs and river towns where commerce could concentrate behind walls and gates. The second feature was the spread of large religious houses built in stone, belonging to monastic orders that brought new building styles, new methods of farming, and an economic discipline that could transform surrounding districts. These institutions were not simply spiritual centres. They were engines of cultivation, organisation, and influence. Contemporary descriptions, even when incomplete, sketch a kingdom dotted with royal castles and key settlements, strong places in Teviot to Dale and Lothian, major fortresses along the eastern corridor, and then the long, harsh crossing over the mountain barrier toward the north. They hint at travel routes where food could be scarce and passages miserable, and they reflect a coastline-focused view that sometimes overlooks central regions. Other writers speak with pride of a land strong by nature, difficult to enter, divided by mountains that once separated older peoples, yet rich in rivers, springs, and harbours, and capable of producing grain in the lowlands even if wine and oil were absent. In upland zones, the soil was poorer, suited more to oats and hardy crops, while wide areas supported grazing and sheep, and both river and sea supplied fish in abundance. Taken together, these accounts suggest a Scotland in transition, still heavily shaped by wild terrain, yet increasingly organised by fortresses, towns, and religious estates. The population of this Scotland was as complex as its geography. By Alexander III's reign, the realm contained several distinct groups whose origins stretched across centuries. Two broad streams mattered most: Celtic peoples rooted in the island's older past, and Teutonic peoples whose language and institutions were spreading steadily. Older writers and documents used many names for the inhabitants, distinguishing Picts, Britons, Scots, Angles, Norwegians, and Normans. In earlier royal charters, these labels appeared openly, addressing Scots and Angles, or Franks and Angles, or naming regional groups like the people of Galloway. Over time, those distinctions faded in official language as the kingdom's identity hardened under the general name of Scots, even though local differences remained vivid on the ground. Among the oldest inhabitants were the Britons of the south, linked to the speech family represented by Welsh and Breton, and the Picts of the north, whose identity has long been debated. The Picts often appear divided into northern and southern branches, and while that division may have been partly geographic, religious differences once ran deep, with some regions adopting Christianity much earlier than others. Many signs point to a strong Gaelic character among the northern and western Picts, including those connected to regions like Galloway and even parts of Ireland. While the southern Picts, living close to Britons and under different pressures, show traces that suggest a more mixed, linguistic and cultural borderland. Into this already varied world came new settlers. In the 6th century, a Gaelic colony from Ireland established itself on the western shore around Dalriada, and in the same era, Angles from Northumbria pressed northward along the east coast. The Gaelic newcomers could blend more easily with kindred peoples, especially as shared religious networks grew. The Angles, arriving as pagan conquerors into a Christian landscape of different speech, appear to have secured their foothold through harder conflict, with the earlier population pushed back toward rougher western ground. For centuries, distinct kingdoms and regions persisted side by side, their borders relatively stable. Then, in the 9th century, a revolution in power placed a royal line of Scottish descent on the Pictish throne, and a Scottish element began to spread through the heartland around the old centres of authority. In some places, older and newer communities likely lived in parallel, village beside village, their identities visible in local patterns even when the crown treated them as part of one realm. Around the same time, dynastic change reshaped the Briton kingdom of Strathclyde, drawing it into the Scottish orbit and making its eventual absorption far more likely. With the later cession of Lothian, the territorial frame of the mature kingdom was essentially in place. By the time the descendants of Malcolm Canmore and Margaret ruled, a quiet transformation had already begun to remould the country's cultural balance. In districts that had once been Briton in speech, the older language had largely vanished, replaced by a northern form of English, similar to that spoken in Lothian. The same Teutonic language spread up the eastern side toward Moray, reaching areas that had once required interpretation for a Saxon queen. Gaelic survived strongly in the Highlands and western regions, and it also held on in places like the Lennox and Galloway. But its reach in many lowland districts narrowed. This was not always the kind of change that chronicles record with clear dramatic episodes. It often moved through families and small groups, rather than whole migrating nations, driven by differences in power, wealth, legal status, and proximity to royal and ecclesiastical centres. In such a process, spoken language could shift while older place names endured, especially those tied to major natural features. New settlements and lordly centres, however, often carried the imprint of the incoming tongue, leaving a landscape where names and speech did not always match neatly. Older local memory preserved darker tales of disorder in the southwestern lands, recalling periods of devastation and depopulation when churches were ruined, communities scattered, and new groups arrived in a kind of rough succession. In that telling, different peoples with different habits filled the emptied countryside, often clashing and living with little shared cohesion until firmer rule returned and imposed a stricter order. Whether or not every detail of that memory was accurate, it points to the pressures that shaped medieval Scotland. Regions exposed to raids, faction, and shifting lordship could fracture, then be rebuilt under stronger political frameworks. In the long arc, the monarchy and the institutions it supported gradually pressed the realm toward unity, not by erasing difference in a single stroke, but by forcing provinces, peoples, and loyalties into a tighter, more centralized structure. And it was precisely at the moment when that structure looked most complete under Alexander III that the kingdom was thrown into uncertainty again, as the line that built it ended and Scotland's future became a prize contested by rivals who would reshape it even further. Signs of renewal under David's rule stand in sharp contrast to the bleak memories preserved about the earlier condition of the land. Those memories suggest that much of the British population had gradually abandoned the region, leaving wide areas exposed to repeated devastation by foreign raiders who, over time, did not merely plunder but settled. References to lingering pagan practices point most clearly to Scandinavian intruders. In the late 9th century, Norwegian forces besieged the fortress of Alclyde, modern Dumbarton, captured it after months of pressure, and carried off large numbers of prisoners across the sea. Only a few years later, Danish bands operating out of Northumbria swept through Strathclyde and Galloway, leaving destruction in their wake. Other traditions speak of entire communities choosing exile rather than submission, withdrawing southward into Wales. Still later, the region suffered again under English kings, who ravaged it repeatedly before transferring it into Scottish hands. Even after that transfer, further incursions brought fire and slaughter. Taken together, these episodes paint a consistent picture of a land battered again and again, where long-term insecurity encouraged flight, fragmentation, and gradual replacement of older populations. Under such pressure, it is easy to imagine how the Britons of Strathclyde, isolated between Picts, Scots, Angles, and Scandinavian raiders, would slowly retreat toward their ancestral heartlands, further south. As they withdrew, neighbouring peoples moved into the partially emptied valleys and plains. There are traces suggesting that this process began early. The very names of certain places hint at earlier Frisian groups settling among the Britons, while long periods of domination by the Angles of Northumbria must also have left their mark. Over time, Anglic-speaking communities advanced along river valleys and fertile lowlands, especially through Teviot Dale, Upper Tweeddale, and the Clyde Basin, reaching Renfrew and Ayr. Their presence remains visible in settlement names that follow Saxon patterns. Meanwhile, the northern edge of the old British kingdom, around the mountains and lochs near Loch Lomond, took on a different character. There, Gaelic-speaking communities gained the upper hand, and the district became known as Lennox. To the southwest, Gaelic groups from Galloway pressed into Carrick, extending their influence into what is now southern Ayrshire. Alongside these gradual movements, a more deliberate reshaping of the land followed the rise of feudal lordship. Large territories were granted to incoming Norman nobles. Annandale passed to the Bruces. Eskdale and Ewisdale were settled by Norman followers. Cunningham came under the control of the Morville family, while Renfrew and parts of Kyle were held by the royal stewards. These lords brought with them tenants and retainers from Northumbria and beyond, accelerating the transformation of the countryside. Within a relatively short time, almost the entire area once ruled by the Britons of Strathclyde had been linguistically and socially reshaped. The old population did not vanish entirely, but it lost control of the land and its language ceased to dominate public life. A similar pattern unfolded north of the Forth. The marriage alliance that linked the Scottish crown to Saxon royalty tilted cultural influence decisively toward the south. Refugees from Norman England found land and protection in Scotland, particularly in regions like Fife. New royal towns drew traders from England and the Low Countries, and grants of land to Flemish settlers followed. religious foundations played an equally important role. Monasteries and ecclesiastical estates attracted clergy and lay followers from outside Scotland, forming agricultural communities that were often culturally distinct from their surroundings. On these church lands, remnants of the older Celtic population increasingly appear as dependent labourers rather than free landholders. As feudal tenure spread, land passed steadily into the hands of Norman families, and military obligations replaced older forms of ownership. Only on certain crown lands did earlier customs linger for a time. But even there, the growth of burghs and their English-speaking populations pushed the older tongue aside. By the reign of Alexander III, the transformation was unmistakable. The heartland between the Forth and the Spey, once the core of a Gaelic kingdom, had taken on a thoroughly Teutonic character. Accounts speak of deliberate resettlement policies, particularly in Moray, where rebellious populations were dispersed and replaced by more compliant communities drawn from other regions. While such descriptions are often exaggerated, it is plausible that strategic lowland zones along the Moray Firth were intentionally repopulated to secure royal authority, leaving the older Gaelic population increasingly confined to uplands and marginal areas. This steady inward movement of Teutonic settlers into the south and east contrasts sharply with what unfolded along the northern and western seaways. There, the Celtic population faced a more direct challenge from Scandinavian raiders. Yet the outcome was very different. Danish forces arrived first, striking monasteries and coastal settlements, but they established lasting colonies mainly in Ireland and northern England. The Norwegians followed, drawn especially to the island world around Scotland. They fully colonised Orkney and Shetland and seized the Western Isles, yet they did not displace the Gaelic population there in the same way. Instead, the two groups existed side by side. Among the Gaels, these newcomers were known as pagan strangers, distinguished by colour terms that separated Danes from Norwegians. The islands themselves became known as the Isles of the Strangers, while the Norwegians spoke of them as the Southern Isles, in contrast to the northern archipelagos. The difference in outcome between the Northern and Western Isles is striking. In Orkney and Shetland, Scandinavian settlement was deep and permanent. In the Western Isles, the Norwegians encountered a denser native population and appear to have used the islands as bases for wider activity rather than as purely colonial homes, at least at first. More importantly, the Gaelic inhabitants of the Western Isles adapted. They accepted Norse rule with relative ease and adopted the seafaring habits of their rulers. Over time, a hybrid society emerged. Gaelic warriors took to the longships, joined raiding expeditions, and absorbed elements of Norse culture. Saga traditions even describe the islands as being held by Gaelic-speaking Vikings, reflecting this blending. When a powerful Norwegian king sought to impose firmer control, he succeeded temporarily, extending authority over both the northern and southern isles. Yet his grip weakened after his death, and the island slipped back into a contested state, fought over by rulers based in Ireland and the northern seas. Throughout the 10th and 11th centuries, authority in the Isles shifted repeatedly. Leaders with Gaelic names appear holding power, sometimes aligned with Irish kings, sometimes with Scandinavian jarls. Even when Norwegian earls dominated, local rulers of mixed descent played key roles, collecting tribute and forging marriage alliances. At the height of Norwegian power, large portions of northern Scotland fell under Scandinavian influence, while a Gaelic ruler held what remained further south. When that balance collapsed, the mainland districts returned to native hands, and the Isles once again followed a separate course. In the later 11th century, a new Norse dynasty arose in the Isles under a formidable sea king who expelled the Danes from Man and extended his rule across the island chain. His reign marked a renewed Scandinavian dominance, but even then, Gaelic strength remained visible. After his death, Norwegian kings intervened directly, and the Isles were formally detached from Scottish authority for a time. Yet, local leaders continued to look beyond Norway, sometimes appealing to Ireland for support, revealing where deeper cultural ties still lay. A decisive shift came with the rise of strong Gaelic leaders on the mainland. In Argyll and Galloway, figures emerged who embodied native resistance. Though some bore Norse names, their ancestry and following were firmly Gaelic. Drawing support from across the Irish Sea, they challenged Scandinavian control and drove Norse forces from large stretches of the western mainland. By the mid-12th century, the Gaelic population of Galloway stood firmly under its own lord, and Argyll had reasserted itself as a native power. The struggle then moved back to the islands. Through warfare, alliance and marriage, Gaelic and Norse elites became closely intertwined. Royal marriages linked island kings to mainland lords, and children of mixed descent inherited claims on both sides. For a time, peace held, but conflict returned after the death of a long-reigning island king. The Isles fractured, leaders were deposed and restored, and rival fleets clashed at sea. Eventually, sovereignty was divided, creating two parallel island realms, one more Norwegian in character, the other increasingly Gaelic. After the death of the great Gaelic leader who had driven this change, his heirs split his lands between them. Mainland territories remained in native hands, while the southern islands formed a Gaelic-led kingdom that stood alongside the remaining Norwegian realm in the north. Over time, the southern islands drew in more Gaelic settlers, while the northern group retained stronger Scandinavian elements. This division is still reflected in place names, which are denser and more uniformly Norse in the northern islands than in those further south. Despite ongoing intermarriage, pure Scandinavian identity gradually faded in the south. By the 13th century, royal power from mainland Scotland pressed steadily westward. Argyll was firmly brought under the crown, Caithness was reorganised, and the remaining Norse hold over the Isles weakened. The death of the last Norwegian king of Man and a decisive treaty in the mid-13th century transferred the entire island kingdom to the Scottish crown. With that, Scandinavian political authority vanished from the mainland and the Western Isles alike, leaving only the far northern archipelagos still tied to Norway. By the reign of Alexander III, the Norwegian presence had become a memory rather than a living force. What remained was a population shaped by centuries of contact, conflict, and blending. In the lowlands and eastern districts, Teutonic speech and institutions dominated. In the highlands and western seaways, Gaelic culture endured, enriched and altered by long association with the Norse world. Scotland had emerged not as a uniform nation, but as a complex society forged from repeated waves of movement, settlement, and adaptation, its final medieval shape fixed, just as a new age of conflict was about to begin. In the late 13th century, the political landscape of Scotland can be glimpsed through the people who gathered to settle a question that always reveals power more clearly than any map: succession. When the leading voices of the realm met at Scone in early February 1283 to safeguard the future of the crown, the roster of landholders showed how deeply the country had changed. The old provincial world had not vanished, but it had been reshaped by centuries of inheritance, marriage alliances, and incoming aristocracies. Scotland's greatest territories were now concentrated in a small number of major earldoms, many of them controlled by families whose roots lay outside the older Celtic order, or whose claims had passed through women into new hands. Beneath those earls stood a wider layer of barons, and here the shift looked even clearer. The dominant presence was the feudal nobility that had grown powerful through royal favour, land grants, and the gradual spread of lordship. The Celtic element had not been erased, but it was narrower, largely confined to a few great kindreds whose authority still held in the West. Later, administrative schemes underline the same transition. When the country was organised under large judicial regions in the early 14th century, the land south of the Forth and Clyde still fell naturally into familiar blocks, like Lothian and Galloway. North of those firths, however, a different logic appears for the first time, a sharp split between the lowland belt and the territories beyond the mountains. The implication is simple, but profound. The Great Highland Barrier had become more than geography. It had become a cultural boundary. The Gaelic-speaking population, once central to the kingdom's identity, was now increasingly associated with the rugged interior and the islands, while the seaboard and the fertile plains were dominated by speech and customs that belonged to a broader, northern European world. A medieval observer described this divide in a way that feels like a mirror of the age's assumptions. In his telling, two languages shaped the country. One spoken across the coasts and lowlands, the other rooted in the highlands and the outer isles. He portrayed the people of the plains as settled and orderly, comfortable with towns, trade, and church life, yet fully prepared to fight when threatened. By contrast, he painted the mountain and island communities as tougher and more independent, quick to raid and slow to yield, shaped by hardship and distance from the institutions of the lowlands. Yet even in this hostile portrait, there is a reluctant respect. These communities are also described as loyal to the crown when treated firmly, and capable of discipline when governed with strength and fairness. The bias in the description is hard to miss, but the basic fact behind it remains valuable. By this point, Scotland contained two cultural worlds, living under one kingship, and each often viewed the other through suspicion. This linguistic divide also produced a strange twist in naming. The older Gaelic tongue had once been widely associated with the very idea of Scottishness. Meanwhile, the speech of the lowlands, which had long been understood as a form of English, grew in status as written culture expanded. Over time, the lowland language began to claim the name Scots, while the Gaelic tongue was increasingly treated as something separate and other, as if it belonged across the sea. Among Gaelic speakers themselves, however, the language remained simply Gaelic, and the lowland tongue was identified plainly as the speech of the Saxons. The struggle here is not only about words, it reveals a change in who controlled public life, law, and education. To understand what that meant for society, it helps to step further back into an earlier Scotland where population and authority were organised through provinces rather than shires, and where political power was distributed in a way that resembles early Ireland. In that older model, large regions formed the framework of rule, each governed by powerful local rulers who owed allegiance to a superior king. Scottish tradition preserves a memory of 7 great provinces in the lands north of the Firths, each linked to major districts that later centuries would still recognise. One province corresponds to the territory that later became Angus and its neighbouring lowlands. Another fits the broad interior zone associated with Atholl and the lands near it. Others align with regions like Strathearn, Menteith, Fife, Mar, Buchan, Moray, Ross and the far north around Caithness. Even when details blur into legend, the outline is clear. Early Scotland was imagined as a set of large territorial blocks, each capable of producing its own leaders, armies, and identities. This picture belongs most naturally to the Pictish north before the unification of Scotland under a single royal line. It includes areas that later fell under Scandinavian control, and it omits the western seaboard that once formed a separate Gaelic kingdom. As the Kingdom of Alba emerged and the political centre shifted, the provincial map changed as well. Caithness and the far north, increasingly tied to Norse power, slip out of the list. In their place, the western coast rises into focus as a single large region, an expansive maritime frontier stretching along the Atlantic edge of Scotland. This region was not just the old heartland of the earlier Gaelic kingdom. It had grown into something larger, including western districts that had once belonged to northern provinces. It was defined as much by mountains and sea routes as by any formal boundary. By the 12th century, legal and royal practice treated this western seaboard as a vast, distinct zone, separate from the more tightly administered heartland between the Forth, the Spey, and the mountain spine of the country. Even within that western region, divisions mattered. A southern part more closely tied to the Scottish crown, and a northern part more connected to Moray and Ross. The name used for this western land carried layers of meaning, often explained in different ways, but the most convincing sense is geographical. It is a frontier zone, a coastal margin, a boundary land of the Gaels. Norse observers had their own name for it, one that evokes valleys and long sea inlets, as if defining the region by its shape and travel routes, rather than by its rulers. The most important change, however, was not the map itself, it was the titles of power. In the older model, provinces were imagined as kingdoms ruled by kings, with lesser rulers beneath them. In the later model, most provincial rulers no longer carry the title of king at all. Instead, they appear as great stewards and war leaders, men whose authority was enormous, locally but formally ranked below the high kingship. Only in Moray does the older royal style linger more stubbornly, suggesting a region with a particularly strong identity, and a ruling family powerful enough to challenge the centre. The early 11th century shows this clearly. Scotland's rulers were not isolated. They were tied into the storms that battered the Irish sea world. When a decisive war erupted in Ireland between Scandinavian powers and native kings, the divisions in Scotland and the Isles surfaced openly. Norse forces from the northern archipelagos and from Norse-held districts came to the aid of the Scandinavian side, joined by warriors drawn from islands and coasts that had long been shaped by Norse influence. On the opposing side stood a coalition of native rulers and their allies, including leaders from Scottish provinces that still operated within the Gaelic political orbit. The battle that ended that struggle in Ireland was won by the Native Alliance, though its supreme leader did not survive the victory. In the lists of fallen nobles, Scottish provincial lords appear among the dead, revealing both how connected these worlds were and how significant Scottish participation could be in conflicts beyond its shores. Within Scotland itself, Moray becomes impossible to ignore. Its rulers emerge as a powerful hereditary line, repeatedly named in records of violence, assassination, and rivalry. Feuds within this family produce killings and burnings, and from this same bloodline come figures who will briefly seize the Scottish throne. In the same period, the far west and southwest begin to appear more distinctly, not merely as vague regions, but as territories associated with their own rulers and identities. A name once used for Gaelic communities who had adopted Norse ways becomes tied, more specifically, to the district later known as Galloway, a place that sat near the meeting point of Scotland and England, and became a recognised frontier in both geography and culture. Then, in the 1030s, the balance of the kingdom is shaken by a succession crisis. The long-established royal line that had ruled for centuries reaches a breaking point when there is no clear male heir. A claim through the eldest daughter provides one path forward. But the rules of inheritance were not uniform across Scotland, and older customs still carried weight in some regions. At the same time, Norway's power in the north remained formidable, and the leading Scandinavian ruler, based in the northern seas, had dynastic ties of his own through his mother. A contest over legitimacy quickly becomes a contest of arms. The result is fatal for the reigning king, who dies in 1040. In the aftermath, the man who benefits most is the ruler of Moray, an ambitious provincial lord who had already stood at the centre of Scotland's hardest frontier politics, where Norse pressure, Gaelic tradition, and royal authority collided. He takes the crown, and the event signals something larger than a personal rise. It shows how fractured Scotland's political structure still was beneath the surface unity of kingship. Provincial powers could still make or break the realm, and the boundaries between king, steward, and warlord could blur when the throne itself became vulnerable. Later tradition describes a moment when the balance of power in northern Britain tipped sharply toward the Scandinavian world. One narrative claims that the northern Earl Thorfinn pursued a defeated Scottish force and pushed his authority far into the mainland, reaching as far south as Fife. In this telling, resistance was answered with brutal pressure. Those who would not submit were driven into forests and rough country, while the settled districts were forced into obedience as his host moved through them. The same account insists that, until his death, Thorfinn held a wide chain of lordships across Scotland and controlled the Western Isles as well. Whether every detail is accurate or not, the picture it paints is consistent with what a frontier conquest usually looks like. A warlord's power expanding over many districts at once, local rulers displaced or humbled, and the countryside split into pockets of compliance and pockets of flight. If Thorfinn's reach did indeed extend only through the lowlands down to Fife, then the main areas left outside his grasp were concentrated around the political heartland. The central province associated with the royal centre at Scone, the inland district of Atholl, and the southern core around Strathearn and Menteith. In that scenario, Macbeth's kingship would have rested mainly on this inner zone. With Scone as the symbolic centre he could still hold. Meanwhile, the southern districts such as Lothian and Cumbria could recognise Duncan's son as the rightful ruler, even if he did not yet possess the whole kingdom in practice. One major exception stands out in this period: the Gaelic land of Galloway, which the same tradition treats as being pulled into the Scandinavian sphere rather than following the lowland claimants. The struggle did not end with Macbeth's seizure of the crown. In the mid-11th century, a counter-move gathered strength from the south. Malcolm, Duncan's eldest son, entered the contest with outside military backing from Northumbria and succeeded in forcing Macbeth out of the central heartland. Control of Scone, the political and ceremonial core of the kingdom, shifted in Malcolm's favour, and the conflict turned into a chase rather than a standoff. After Thorfinn's death a few years later, Macbeth was pushed northward and killed not far from the borders of his own Moray homeland. With that, Malcolm's authority expanded across the whole realm, at least in the sense that rival kingship was broken and the central institutions could be reclaimed as legitimate rule. Another striking claim appears in the same northern tradition. Thorfinn was mourned at home, but in the territories he had held by conquest, the local population quickly tired of foreign domination. The story suggests that several districts slipped away almost at once and sought shelter under their natural leaders, men who were born into authority within those regions and could present themselves as rightful protectors. If these districts were the lands Thorfinn had overrun, then their rapid return to older forms of leadership is not surprising. Conquest can be fast. Durable loyalty is slow. What is more unusual is what seems to happen next in the central and eastern districts that can later be traced with greater clarity. With the notable exception of Strathern and Menteith, many of the remaining key regions, Atholl, the province around Fife, and the districts linked to the royal centre, appear not to fall back into purely local dynasties, but to come directly under the crown, administered by members of the royal house. That pattern suggests a deliberate strategy. Keep the heartland in royal hands, rely on kin to manage it, and prevent any one provincial family from turning a temporary crisis into permanent independence. To Scandinavian writers, the great provincial lords of Scotland looked familiar. They resembled jarls, hereditary regional rulers, tied to a territory, commanding men and enforcing authority. In their stories, these Scottish leaders are regularly described using Norse noble titles, as if the same political language could apply on either side of the sea. Behind the label, however, stood a distinct Scottish structure. These provincial rulers, known in Gaelic society as mormaers, often held their standing through family succession, and in some places the old rules of alternation within a royal kindred, choosing from an extended pool rather than following a strict father-to-son line, could still shape who rose next. In Moray especially, that older style of succession seems to have survived longer and produced fierce internal competition. One branch replaces another. Cousins and nephews appear where modern eyes would expect sons, and the leadership turns into a prize contested within the same bloodline. Evidence for hereditary succession becomes clearer in a few regions because certain records preserve names across generations. In Angus, for example, a mormaer is followed by his son, suggesting continuity within one family. In Moray, the pattern looks more like a rotation between two related lines. Even after the Moray dynasty lost the Scottish throne, its heirs did not simply vanish. A later descendant appears as a ruler of Moray in his own right, and the claim then passes through a sister to another figure described as the child of a woman descended from the old royal line. That alone is enough to show how deeply kinship and legitimacy were intertwined. When direct male power collapsed, blood ties through women could still carry political weight. The clearest window into how these provinces worked from the inside comes from a northern monastic record that quietly lists land gifts and the names behind them. Stripped of ceremony, those entries reveal something essential. Who had authority to grant land? Who had to be consulted? And what ranks existed inside a province? In Buchan, a long sequence of regional rulers appears across centuries, and later entries show power concentrating in a particular family. Two brothers hold the office in turn, then a son succeeds, and the pattern suggests that local leadership could move sideways within a kin group before it moved downward to the next generation. In practical terms, that meant stability for the ruling kindred, but also frequent rivalries among close relatives. These same notes reveal a second tier beneath the provincial ruler. Alongside the top lord stands another figure, a local chief tied to a specific clan within the province, who has a recognised share of rights in the land. Grants are repeatedly described as being free from the claims of both the provincial ruler and this subordinate leader, which implies that both levels normally had a stake. In some cases, a gift is described as involving the share of the provincial ruler and the share of the subordinate chief, showing that land and authority were layered rather than simple. The record also hints at a third presence beyond both, the king. Certain lands are described as having a king's share alongside the provincial and local shares, which suggests a system in which royal rights, provincial rights, and clan rights could overlap on the same ground. At the end of the list of witnesses appear good men or nobles of the province, an inner circle of recognised leaders who stood behind the great lord and helped validate major decisions. In Moray, similar entries show prominent rulers giving lands within their sphere to the church, while later political conflict is described in a way that makes the structure visible. A king raids Moray and seizes not only treasure and cattle, but also the leading men, language that implies a recognised political elite, not just a mass of followers. When that Moray ruler later dies, he is still remembered as a king of his province, a reminder that Moray retained a special sense of sovereignty even after the central monarchy tried to absorb it. By the early 12th century, another transformation begins to dominate the story. The gradual reshaping of these old Celtic power structures into a kingdom run through, more recognisably, southern institutions. After Malcolm III married Margaret, a princess from the English world, the court's cultural centre of gravity shifted. Their sons, once securely placed on the throne with outside support, governed in a style that leaned toward lowland and English practices rather than older Gaelic norms. One can see this change most clearly in documents produced by the kings. The lands mentioned are overwhelmingly in the south. The circles of witnesses are filled with men bearing names and backgrounds tied to the lowlands and beyond the border, and the entire tone suggests a court aligning itself with the political habits of England. A key sign of the new direction appears in a charter connected with Scone. The form of the document follows English models, and the witness list is revealing. Alongside bishops stand a set of leading laymen who carry the title Earl. The important point is not the Latin word itself, but what it replaces. These are, in effect, the same men who earlier would have been described as mormayers, provincial rulers with deep local authority. Now they are presented through the language of a feudalising court. Several can be linked to major regions like Strathern, Atholl, Mar, and Buchan. Even when identities are uncertain for one or two names, the overall pattern is hard to deny. The monarchy is rebranding the highest Gaelic leadership in the kingdom, pulling it into a framework that fits royal charters, court procedure, and a more standardised political hierarchy. In later royal documents, the earls appear again, now listed in a way that places them at the head of the lay elite, followed by officers of state and foreign barons. Among the earls, a figure associated with Fife becomes increasingly prominent, not just as a noble, but as a senior judge, someone whose authority includes law and arbitration. Disputes over land boundaries bring this earl to the forefront, surrounded by local officials and armed followers, and the language suggests a province mobilised for a legal process as much as for war. Beneath him are lesser leaders who resemble the subordinate chiefs seen earlier in the Buchan record. Men tied to royal estates and key centres, functioning as local enforcers and representatives. As the 12th century progresses, another subtle but decisive shift takes hold. Early on, earls often appear without a territorial label, as if their status is understood without needing a place name attached. Later, two things happen. First, certain earls begin to be described explicitly as of a region, suggesting that the title is becoming more strictly territorial. Second, royal policy moves toward turning these old provincial offices into feudal possessions held from the crown. That meant redefining the relationship between ruler and region. The older bond had been as much about leading a people as owning land. The newer bond made the earldom look like a hereditary estate, granted and confirmed by royal authority, transmissible even through women under feudal rules. This policy did not proceed smoothly. In some provinces, rival claims and disputes over legitimacy offered the crown an opening. In March, for instance, a succession conflict appears in the record. One earl is displaced, another is recognised. Then the old line returns. Behind the scene lies a struggle over lawful descent and royal advantage. The crown uses the dispute to reshape the earldom, pushing it toward a feudal settlement. A compromise emerges. The earl accepts royal investiture, formal recognition by the king, and a rival family is compensated with a substantial block of land carved out of the earldom itself. The result is a province reorganised to serve royal control. The earl remains powerful, but his power is now more clearly defined as something received, confirmed, and limited by the crown. The king also creates new earldoms, especially after returning from a major crisis that briefly forced him into humiliating concessions abroad. Two new creations stand out. One is in the northeast, in a district built around an ancient fort and the valleys around it, carved into an earldom and given to the king's brother. The other is along the Clyde, in a region that had become strongly Gaelic and had its own identity as a former fringe of the old British kingdom of Strathclyde. These grants suggest a pattern. Royal lands are used to build loyal power bases for close kin, and frontier districts are reorganised so they can be managed through titled lordship rather than through older tribal structures. Yet even here, local reality pushes back. One of these new earldoms soon returns to the crown after a line ends. The other slips into the hands of a native Gaelic family, indicating that the crown could not always impose an outsider's authority where local leadership traditions were still strong. The king's brother, meanwhile, gains a major English earldom through inheritance, and this broader shift in his position likely explains why he relinquishes the Clyde earldom to the leading man of the district. In other words, even royal plans had to adapt to the gravitational pull of local society. Some regions could be feudalised quickly, while others demanded accommodation with native elites. The most dramatic sign that the old order was still capable of resisting royal direction comes in a revolt during Malcolm IV's reign. A group of major Celtic earls, led by the Earl of Strathearn, besieges the king in Perth. Contemporary explanation presents the act not as simple treason but as a claim to defend the common good, a phrase that sounds noble yet still implies deep political tension. Behind the rhetoric lay a question that haunted Scotland's kingship in this era. Which royal line should rule, and on what principle? A rival claimant existed with blood ties that could appeal to Gaelic tradition and to Scandinavian-influenced regions alike. Even if the exact aim of the rebels remains debated, the episode shows that provincial earls were not decorative figures. They could act collectively, threaten the king directly, and force negotiations. After this shock, royal policy shifts again toward increasing the number of earls and filling vacant districts with new earldoms, turning unrepresented regions into titled jurisdictions, bound more tightly to the crown. Ross is briefly restored as an earldom, but collapses under local opposition. The king attempts to anchor it through marriage to a foreign count, but the plan fails to take root. Soon after, Menteith emerges as an earldom in its own right, and Atholl begins to appear with clearer territorial definition as well. Step by step, the old provincial framework is being broken apart and rebuilt into a larger feudal lattice. Earldoms multiplied, boundaries sharpened, and royal authority projected through charters, investitures, and legal institutions rather than through the older language of clan leadership. By the time William the Lion pursues this program with greater energy, the direction is unmistakable. Several old earldoms are reshaped into feudal holdings. Others drift into the hands of foreign families through gift or inheritance. new earldoms are added to extend the model across regions that once operated on older Celtic lines. The result is not a sudden replacement of one world by another, but a long, uneven conversion. In some places, the crown succeeds by exploiting succession disputes. In others, it fails and must compromise. But across the 12th century, the overall movement is consistent. Scotland's great provincial rulers are steadily being transformed from leaders of peoples into lords of lands. Earls whose authority increasingly depends on royal confirmation, written record, and the feudal idea that power can be granted, held, and inherited as property. In the late 12th century, the Scottish crown pushed more aggressively into the far north and the western edge of the realm, not only with armies, but with the practical tools of control: fortresses, confiscations, and loyal local partners. Around 1179, William the Lion tightened royal authority in Ross. 2 royal castles were raised inside the region, a clear signal that the king wanted permanent leverage there, not a temporary show of force. Yet the earldom itself does not seem to have been handed over as a functioning prize to any outsider. A foreign claimant complained that the territory had been taken from him, even though it had never been legally lost, but that grievance likely mattered more on paper than on the ground. The distance, the local resistance, and the lack of real possession made such complaints sound grand, while changing very little in practice. A few years later, the Crown carved out another new lordship from the remains of an older British kingdom in the southwest. This was Carrick, a district close to the borderland of Galloway and increasingly shaped by Gaelic settlement and influence from that neighbouring region. Instead of imposing a stranger, William granted Carrick to a man rooted in the local political world. Duncan, whose family connections ran back to the ruling house of Galloway. The choice was deliberate. In a region where loyalty was built through kinship and reputation, a crown-backed local dynasty could hold what a distant favourite could not. Carrick, therefore, became both a reward and a strategic bridge, an area tied more firmly to royal authority while still governed by a family that the local population could accept. The northern frontier soon brought an even more volatile test. A crisis erupted in Caithness, where the killing of the bishop became the spark for open confrontation between the Scottish king and the Scandinavian-linked power that still dominated the far north. The Earl in Caithness belonged to a complicated web of relations. Connected to the Scottish royal line through his father's side, yet tied to Norse influence through inheritance and family alliances. His marriage links also drew him toward a broader anti-crown network among northern aristocratic families. In other words, Caithness was not simply rebellious. It was a zone where overlapping loyalties, Scottish blood, Norse inheritance, Gaelic alliances, created a political identity that could resist being folded neatly into the king's system. William responded with force. 2 separate royal invasions battered Caithness until a settlement was imposed. The arrangement was a partition in all but name. The Earl was restored to control of the northern portion beyond the Great Mountain Barrier, but only after paying a heavy sum to the Crown. The southern portion, the land later known as Sutherland, was kept in the king's hands. It was then granted out to a loyal newcomer family as a lordship, and, in the next generation, elevated into an earldom. The method is revealing. Punish the frontier earl without removing him entirely, keep the most strategically useful slice under direct royal influence, and plant a dependable house there to anchor the crown's presence permanently. By the end of William's reign, another long-standing Gaelic earldom had shifted hands through marriage, showing how quickly older regional power structures could be redirected by dynastic strategy. In Buchan, the last representative of the earlier ruling line left an heiress, and the earldom passed into the hands of a Norman family through that marriage. It was not necessarily a hostile takeover. It was a reminder that, in a kingdom being reshaped, inheritances could carry ancient titles across cultural boundaries, moving authority from old provincial dynasties to families tied more closely to the crown's evolving system. When Alexander II came to the throne, he continued the same broad approach, expanding the number of earldoms, reshaping older ones, and using titles as instruments of government. Yet the older idea of a small group of premier earls did not disappear. Again and again, a core seven emerges in key moments, treated as a recognised political body with ceremonial and constitutional weight. At Alexander's coronation, these leading earls appear as the visible framework of national leadership. The names could shift over time, but the pattern remained. A select group whose presence gave public legitimacy to a king's accession and, by extension, to the stability of the realm. One succession dispute in Atholl exposes how different kinds of earldoms were understood. When an older Gaelic earldom ended without a male heir, two sisters stood as heirs, and a crucial question followed. Should the territory be split like ordinary inherited land, or should it pass as a whole to the eldest? The royal court decided that the earldom could not be divided and that the elder sister took it entirely. That ruling points to a lingering, older logic. Certain earldoms were not treated as simple property. They were tied to a single dignity and a single seat of authority, closer to an office that carried land for its support than to an estate that could be cut into portions. The later history of Atholl shows how fragile such arrangements could be once marriage politics entered the picture. The Countess's husband held the title during her lifetime, and after their son inherited, his death threw the succession back to the surviving sister and her Norman husband. Atholl's story becomes a lesson in transition. Older earldoms might resist division in law, but they could still be redirected through marriage into new aristocratic networks. A broader debate, raised later during a major royal succession crisis, helps explain why these distinctions mattered. Some argued that if great inheritances could be divided elsewhere, the kingdom itself might be divisible as well. Others insisted that a kingdom was indivisible, and that even earldoms had their own special rule. The resulting legal opinions drew a line. Ordinary baronies were divisible among co-heirs, but the old earldoms were not. If an earldom fell to daughters, the eldest received it as a whole. If the younger sisters were left without provision, they might receive compensation, but as a concession rather than a right. The language of compromise reveals tension between two legal worlds, one viewing lordship as property, the other viewing it as a single rank that demanded a single holder. The difference becomes clearer when examining earldoms shaped by royal policy or created outright by the crown. These newer or reworked earldoms behaved far more like ordinary feudal inheritances. Caithness provides a striking example. After its conflict and settlement, it functioned like a divided inheritance. The title could pass to one heir while land was split, producing earls who held only a fraction of the earldom's territory. Similar patterns appeared elsewhere when families forfeited lands, or when great lordships were reshuffled after political collapses. A title might be awarded to one man, while large portions of the land ended up in another family's hands. In practice, this created earldoms that looked powerful in name, but were fragmented in wealth and authority. Menteith, another earldom formed through royal policy, shows the same mechanics in a more dramatic human story. It passed by marriage into a powerful family, then, after the earl's death, into a new marriage that scandalized the political elite. Accusations, imprisonment, and rival claims followed. The solution was not a clean victory for one side, but a partition. One claimant kept the title with half the land, while the other received the remaining half as a separate barony. This is the feudal logic at work. Dignities and territories could be rearranged through judgment and settlement, producing a map of power that was increasingly negotiable, contract-like, and enforceable through royal authority. Behind all these legal arguments sat a deeper claim about legitimacy. In surviving statements linked to later disputes, the 7 earls and the wider community of the realm are described as having ancient rights in the moment when the throne fell vacant. Their claimed privilege was extraordinary: to take part in choosing the king, placing him in the royal seat, and publicly granting the honours of rule. Whether the claim was an accurate memory or a political weapon shaped for later arguments, it reflects something real about medieval Scotland. Kingship was not only bloodline, it was performance, assent, and public recognition by leading powers. A king might inherit a claim, but still needed to be made in the eyes of the realm. While the crown pushed north and reshaped titles, one region stood out as unfinished business. Argyll, the great western zone that had long balanced between local dynasties and royal reach. Alexander II moved early to tighten his grip by joining northern Argyll more closely to the earldom of Ross, and then placing Ross in the hands of a man whose family background made him a reliable ally. This was not simply a reward, it was a strategy. Take a region that had been unstable, bind it to a loyal earldom, and transform that earldom into a crown-aligned power base. When further rebellion broke out in the west, Alexander responded with a direct royal expedition into Argyll. The campaign's outcome, as later stories describe it, split the population into 2 reactions. Some submitted, offering hostages and money and keeping their lands. Others fled, abandoning estates and movable wealth. Those abandoned properties were then redistributed to the king's followers at his discretion. The pattern is familiar in medieval state building. Submission preserved local elites. Resistance triggered dispossession. Dispossession created a new aristocracy tied to royal favour. The geography of the rebellion suggests that the centre of resistance lay in the middle stretches of western Scotland, where inland districts connected to Lochaber and the rougher coastal lands could shelter challengers. Refugees seem to have drifted toward Galloway, and the redistribution of land helped powerful crown-aligned families expand into the west. Some districts, such as Lochaber, soon appear connected to major magnates. In the south of Argyll, however, the situation was different. Long-established local lords appear to have chosen submission and retained their core territories, especially in areas like Lorne. At the same time, the Crown's favour helped elevate new supporters in the interior, laying foundations for families that would later become central pillars of royal authority. The 7 earls appear again in Alexander II's reign in moments of international significance. During a major agreement with the English crown, 7 Scottish earls swore to uphold the settlement. Yet the composition of the 7 was not fixed. In one oath list, earls like Lennox and Ross appear, while in another, a few years later, Fife and Menteith return and other names drop out. The number 7 remains constant, but the membership shifts with political circumstance, inheritances, disputes, marriages and deaths. This suggests that the 7 was as much a constitutional ideal as a strict roster. The realm expected 7 leading earls to stand for national consent, but which earldoms filled those seats could change as the balance of power changed. The reasons for those changes are visible in the background. At times, an earldom was held by a powerful magnate from a dominant family, then passed to a widow, then to a second husband of different political weight. Angus, for instance, moved through marriage into the hands of one major family, then, after the earl's death, into the hands of a new husband chosen by the widowed countess. Each such shift could affect which earls were most prominent at court, which were trusted to swear national oaths, and which were politically convenient to present as the kingdom's leading voices. Fordoun paints Alexander III's coronation as a vivid, almost theatrical scene, but he does not clearly place the 7 earls at the centre of the ritual the way older traditions implied. He simply describes the young king, only 8 years old, surrounded by nobles, earls, barons, and knights, while naming only a few leading figures. Yet the Gaelic ceremonial presence at this coronation was strong enough that it is hard to imagine the older elite being completely absent from the moment. And there is a clearer sign soon afterward. Early in Alexander's reign, a great religious ceremony took place at Dunfermline, when the relics of St. Margaret were formally placed in a shrine. Contemporary records describe that event as being witnessed not only by church leaders and nobles, but specifically by 7 bishops and 7 earls. That detail suggests that the old pattern still existed, at least as a public idea of how Scotland displayed unity. A small circle of top earls standing as representatives of the realm. Even so, the direction of travel was obvious. As the 13th century moved on, the 7 earls began to lose their separate identity. They did not vanish overnight, but their special standing faded as the number of earldoms grew and as the political community widened. By the time the succession was arranged in 1284, the older group no longer appears as an independent corporate force. Instead, it is absorbed into a broader national gathering, an assembly of nobles and clergy that represented the kingdom in a more expansive, feudal sense. Earls now numbered far more than 7, and the political centre of gravity shifted from a small, semi-traditional inner circle toward a larger body of landholders and churchmen who expected to be heard in matters of state. After the death of the Maid of Norway, the leading earls still appeared in the debates and manoeuvres surrounding the crown, but they did not dominate events as a separate bloc. What looks like their last serious attempt to act as a united force came in 1297, when a group of major earls joined with powerful allies and marched into England. They gathered at Annandale, pushed toward Carlisle, and laid siege to it. The campaign went badly. The siege failed, the army pulled back, and then regrouped at Roxburgh for a second raid into northern England. That strike reached as far as Hexham, which was attacked and looted. Emboldened by the booty, the force then turned back towards Scotland and took Dunbar Castle after the local earl aligned himself with England. But the counterstroke came quickly. English forces retook the fortress, and the Scottish leadership suffered a heavy blow. Several earls were captured along with prominent nobles, knights, and members of their households, and were carried off to prisons in England. After that humiliation, the old 7 earls effectively disappear as a distinct constitutional body. From then on, political authority is described in broader terms as the community of the realm and the estates of the kingdom, rather than a privileged group guarding its own ancient role. The larger assemblies of this period reveal how wide representation had become. When Scottish leaders appealed to England over the proposed marriage of the English prince to the Norwegian heiress, the signatories included senior bishops, guardians of the kingdom, many other diocesan bishops, nearly all the earls, abbots, and priors from major religious houses, and a large number of barons who held land directly from the crown. Later, in the great national declaration aimed at the papacy, the signatures again speak for the realm through leading earls and barons, rather than through any separate 7-earl institution. Scotland's political voice had broadened, and the old framework, though remembered, was no longer the machinery of power. By the reign of Alexander III, landholding in Scotland had also taken on a clearer shape. A large share of territory was held directly from the crown by barons who owed military service, and most of these men came from families tied to the newer aristocratic world, rather than from older Gaelic lineages. Another share of land formed the Crown's own domain. A third share belonged to the Earls, whose territories often resembled the King's domain on a smaller scale. Part of an earldom might be held by local dependents, while another part was kept for the Earl's own use. Alongside all of this stood the enormous landholding power of the Church. Bishoprics and monasteries controlled wide estates and older religious lands that had once belonged to early Gaelic monasteries could be found either in royal hands or in the possession of later religious houses under new administrative labels. In the Highlands and Western districts, where Gaelic society remained strong, older patterns of landholding and social obligation persisted more visibly. In the lowlands and the eastern heartlands, where feudal tenures and new elites dominated, the older Celtic structures were harder to see, often buried beneath the language and paperwork of a different legal world. Forden, writing from a later viewpoint, but clearly drawing on lived reality around him, describes how royal land could be held in layers. At the bottom were the working cultivators, the people who farmed year by year and formed the backbone of agricultural life. Above them were freer tenants who held land on longer terms, sometimes for a set number of years, sometimes for lifetimes. Above them sat the men who held directly from the crown, mounted warriors, local officials tied to traditional districts, and major leaders whose authority reached across regions. In parts of northeast Scotland, these older crown districts were still recognisably organised into traditional units, and surviving records list wide stretches of land under that kind of royal management. In the earldom of Mar, much of the Upper Dee and Don country remained the Earl's own domain, though large sections had been detached and granted to powerful royal servants as compensation in dynastic and legal disputes. In Atholl and Strathearn, older district-based holdings can still be traced, some under the Crown and some under Earls, showing how long earlier structures could survive when they were useful to the ruling order. Moving west, the picture shifts sharply. In the Highlands and coastal Gaelic districts, the tribal system was not wiped away by feudal paperwork. Even when kings granted formal rights to outside barons, those grants often produced little more than an abstract superiority. They did not always plant new settlers or replace the people who actually lived on and worked the land. When the Hebrides passed from Norwegian control into Scottish hands in Alexander III's time, many of the great Gaelic sea lords kept their local dominance, simply shifting the identity of the overlord they recognised. At the great national meeting that prepared for the succession crisis in the 1280s, the leading men from the Somerled descended dynasties appear alongside the wider political community. Lords whose power extended across mainland districts and island chains and who could not be ignored in any serious settlement. After Alexander III's death, the Crown under John Balliol attempted something bold in the west, bringing those regions into the same administrative framework used elsewhere, dividing them into sheriffdoms and placing royal officers over them. A law passed in the early 1290s reveals what that landscape looked like at the time. The new sheriffdom of Skye was designed to cover a broad northern maritime zone, including crown lands, territories linked to the Earls of Ross, and island groups whose real power lay with entrenched Gaelic families. Another sheriffdom was structured around Lorne and the neighbouring mainland districts, gathering together the estates of major lords and smaller clan leaders, from Ardnamurchan and Morvern through the lands of powerful regional dynasties and rising families, such as the Campbells. A third sheriffdom was laid out for Kintyre and nearby territories, reaching into Cowal and the island of Bute, again listing the principal landholders, whose cooperation, or resistance, would determine whether royal administration meant real control or merely a statement of intent. The Scotland of Alexander III was not a single, uniform landscape. Different peoples lived on the same ground, but they did not always relate to land in the same way. Some communities were tied to older kin-based structures, others to newer lordship and military service, and the social ladder inside each region could look very different from the next. This is the puzzle that has to be explained. How land was occupied, who claimed it, what kind of obligations bound people to it, and how older customs survived or changed under pressure from new power. Before tracing the real institutions behind that world, it helps to step into the stories people told about themselves. In early Celtic societies, origin stories were not only entertainment, they worked like memory devices. Sometimes they tried to preserve distant events in a popular form. Sometimes they wrapped social truths in symbols. Sometimes they were simply imaginative, designed to fill gaps in a past that no one could fully see. For Scotland's Celtic population, these traditions come from two main directions: Welsh-speaking Britain and Irish-speaking Gaelic tradition, and their value depends on what kind of story each one is trying to be. Some of these tales are people stories, built to explain where a nation came from and how it settled a land. They often appear in a period when literacy had begun to spread through Christianity. Storytellers then felt pressure to link local origins to famous world histories, so they pushed their beginnings back toward biblical time or classical geography. That is why the earliest inhabitants are frequently presented as migrants arriving in waves from distant places. Britain is described as first peopled by one group, then by another, then another, each given a foreign origin and a dramatic arrival. Ireland develops an even more elaborate version of the same pattern. A long sequence of arrivals, each led by named figures, each with a defined fate until the final group takes possession of the island. These migration cycles are often told with extraordinary confidence and detail. Names, routes, divisions of territory, even precise lengths of reigns. Yet the point is not strict record-keeping. The point is to create a coherent beginning, to make a complicated society feel like it has a single narrative line. That is also why these myths are shaped to match the intellectual world of their composers. They speak as if local history must connect with sacred history, as if a people's story should begin where the great stories of the world begin. A second pattern appears again and again. The nation becomes a person. A founding ancestor stands in for an entire people, and the settlement of a land is turned into a marriage with a woman whose name mirrors the territory itself. Their children then represent the country's internal divisions. This does not always mean the tribes truly believed they were blood relatives in a literal sense. It is often a symbolic way to say, these groups share a land, or these districts belong together. It is an imaginative map, drawn in family form. In some traditions of Britain, one founding figure produces sons who mirror the great regions of the island. In Gaelic tradition, a founding hero of the Gaels marries a woman whose name carries the idea of Scotia, and the story is pushed back toward the age of pharaohs to give it cosmic prestige. Later versions repeat the same device through new characters, as if each generation needs to be anchored again to the same grand frame. A third category is what might be called language stories. These are not really about conquest or genealogy at all. They are clumsy explanations for a simple fact. Different peoples speak the same language, or closely related forms of it. Since language similarity is hard to dramatize, storytellers invent marriages between warrior settlers and local women, and then add some shocking twist to explain dialect differences, like the claim that the women were prevented from passing on their original speech. The cruelty of such details is the clue. The story is not reporting an event. It is trying to explain why one community sounds like another, yet still not quite the same. Then there are the tales that do contain something recognisably historical. Raiding, temporary settlement, and later permanent occupation do occur in the real early medieval record, and legends sometimes preserve a distorted echo of those movements. A story might remember that sea-borne warbands hit Roman Britain from the north and west. Another might compress centuries into a single heroic lifetime. In this sense, legend can carry a shadow of truth, even when the narrative frame is wildly unreliable. But a huge proportion of the early mythical histories, especially those that describe ages before Christianity, are plainly artificial. They offer long lists of kings spanning impossible stretches of time, reigns measured with suspicious neatness, and deaths arranged like moral lessons. One ruler destroyed by lightning, another swallowed by the elements, another punished for refusing holy authority. Chronology becomes a stage prop. The past is filled in like a tapestry, not reconstructed like an archive. Sometimes the same narrative even invents a magical witness who survives through metamorphosis, from man to beast to bird to fish, so that a later saint can be told with perfect certainty what happened in the beginning. The mechanism is obvious. When the story needs continuity, it manufactures an immortal storyteller. Still, even with all their invention, these traditions matter for one reason. They reveal how later Celtic societies imagined the components of their population and the divisions of their land. For the Celtic peoples south of the Great Firths, Welsh tradition often speaks as if three elements shaped the region. The Britons, leaders who claimed prestige through Rome, and Gaelic-speaking groups who were seen as distinct and often hostile. The Britons appear as the core population of the old northern British kingdoms. The Roman element is not a separate nation in the modern sense, but a claim of elite descent, families and war leaders presenting themselves as heirs to imperial authority. In poetry and genealogies, these leaders are drawn as commanders who rally the Britons against invaders, and their titles echo the language of empire, even after empire itself is long gone. Welsh genealogical tradition also breaks the northern Britons into major tribal groupings, tying each to certain districts, river valleys, fortified centres, and borderlands. Famous war leaders are woven into these family lines, and enemies are given dramatic names that reflect fear, propaganda, or poetic invention. The result is not a reliable map in the modern sense, but it is a window into how a society organised memory around land. When Welsh tradition turns to the Gaelic-speaking presence, it often binds that identity to the Picts as well, treating them as part of a broader Gaelic world rather than as an entirely separate linguistic island. In this view, certain regions of the southwest and parts of the central belt are described as held by communities seen as Gaelic and Pictish together, and the very naming of districts becomes a clue to how outsiders classified them. Galloway, for example, is remembered through the label given to its people, rather than through any single dynasty. It becomes a land of the Gaels, in the sense understood by Welsh observers, a frontier where identities mixed, and where political loyalties shifted. North of the Firths, Irish tradition supplies much of the legendary framework. Here, Scotland enters the mythic narrative not as a single kingdom, but as a stage on the edge of Ireland's own imagined beginnings. In one famous cycle, a defeated people flee Ireland in separate fleets, and one group is said to reach the far north of Scotland and settle there. Later, clan traditions in the Western Highlands attach themselves to this kind of story, claiming descent from those early settlers. Whether those claims reflect real movements or later prestige building, the function is clear. They provide deep roots, older than kingship, older than feudal grants, older than written charters. A later wave in the Irish mythic sequence introduces another set of peoples, described as returning from distant lands with sacred objects and mysterious power. They are portrayed as staying for a time in northern Scotland before moving into Ireland, where they displace earlier inhabitants. In the same tale world, those earlier inhabitants scatter to the Western Islands, only to be driven out again, and the final conquering group arrives from the south and takes the open land. The old supernatural inhabitants do not vanish, they retreat into the hidden places, the mounds and green hills, becoming the unseen people of later folklore. In this way, a myth about political replacement becomes a story about the landscape itself. Who lives on the surface and who remains underneath. In the traditional Gaelic story world, the moment the Milesian Scots arrive and take Ireland becomes the starting gun for a new set of tales. Stories that try to explain how the Picts came to hold large parts of northern Britain. The legends mirror the way Ireland itself is described. First divided among brothers, then reorganised again under later rulers. In the same spirit, Scotland is imagined as being carved into 7 early provinces, each assigned to a son of Cruton, the invented ancestor who stands in for the Pictish people as a whole. The names given to these 7 shares are partly recognisable. One clearly points to Fife, another is linked with Atholl, a third fits the central belt of power between the Tay and the Forth, the zone later remembered as the heartland of Pictish kingship. Another aligns with Caithness, another matches the district later associated with the Mearns. The remaining 2 are harder to pin down today, but the story's logic suggests they were meant to cover the middle and northeast, areas like Ross, Moray, Buchan and Mar, those wide spaces that sit between the better-known anchor points. A second version of the same tradition changes the angle. Instead of dividing the land peacefully, it describes a military arrival from Ireland during the era of the Milesian sons. In that telling, a Pictish leader crosses the sea to help the Britons of the central Pictish heartland resist Saxon pressure. The reward is dramatic. The Britons surrender their kindreds and their swordland, and the newcomers take possession. Other retellings dress this up differently, describing small warbands, twice 18 soldiers, or similar symbolic numbers, who cut out territory by force. The first target is the plain Tide, to the central Pictish realm, and the next is the plain associated with the Mearns. The geography keeps repeating, even when the cast changes. As the legend stream continues, a few larger-than-life Irish kings are pushed into Scotland as conquering figures. 2 of them are given special emphasis, and both are described as ruling not only Ireland, but also Scotland. One is portrayed as a ruler, famous for absurdly grand wealth, and for endless warfare against Picts, Firbolg, and other shadowy enemies. Another is presented as a hard-driving campaigner who marches into Scotland through named routes, devastates districts until submission is offered, and leaves behind groups whose names supposedly explain later local communities. These stories are not subtle. They are trying to account for why certain peoples or districts carry certain labels, and they do it by turning those labels into the children of a victorious king. The closer the narrative moves toward the first centuries after Christ, the more crowded the border becomes between fantasy and remembered experience. The tales begin to speak more often of upheaval, exile, and return, and one dramatic episode stands out. A servile or subject class rises against the noble families of Ireland, murders many of them at a treacherous feast, and briefly sets up its own ruler. Only a handful of legitimate heirs survive, carried overseas by pregnant noblewomen who flee by sea. The story then repeats itself in a second cycle. Another king is killed. another heir is carried away to Scotland, and that heir later returns with a host to crush the rebels. In the legend's rhythm, Scotland functions as a place of refuge and a reservoir of manpower, a safe shore where the rightful line can survive long enough to reclaim the centre. The returning figure is described as fighting battle after battle to force the rebellious tribes back into obedience. Then the story turns administrative, almost as if it suddenly wants to sound credible. Ireland is reorganised. A new central royal zone is created by taking slices from the surrounding provinces, and important ceremonial sites are planted across it, places for fire festivals, fairs, assemblies, and royal inaugurations. Whatever the invention around the episode, this part of the tradition points towards something real. The memory that a royal core territory existed, and that it was tied to ritual centres and recurring gatherings. Another landmark in the same legendary landscape is a civil struggle that divides Ireland into a northern and southern half, marked by a ridge running across the island. This division becomes a way of explaining later political geography, because even in early medieval writing, the Scots of the north are sometimes treated as distinct from the Scots of the south. The myths then continue to send fleets outward, raids and expeditions across the sea, banishments that end with whole groups being relocated to islands and coastal districts, and claims that sovereignty over parts of Scotland was won through naval force. Alongside the Milesian royal lines, another dynastic stream is introduced, traced to a different ancestor and described as spreading widely through Ireland and Scotland alike. The heroes attached to this line are given impossible resumes. They are said to have conquered broad stretches of Western Europe, taken hostages not only from peoples but from nature itself, and imposed authority from one end of the world to the other. In the same breath, these conquerors are used to explain the later presence of major Scottish kindreds. A war leader is banished from Ireland, sails to Scotland with a small fleet, wins fights across wide horizons, and returns with ships filling the harbours of Ulster. The imagery is cinematic. Exile, sea crossing, hard war, triumphant return. It reads like myth because it is meant to read like myth. Another cycle ties the legendary past of Scotland to the famous three collas, figures who are said to have fled to Scotland after losing power in Ireland, gained military support from a king there, and then returned with armed followings to carve out a new territory in Ulster. That conquest is described with ritual neatness: 7 battles in 7 days, a burned capital, a newly named swordland, and a fresh political map. In later tradition, major lords of Western Scotland are linked back to these figures, as if a single story could provide deep pedigree for whole regions and island dynasties. Near the end of the pagan sequence, the legends reach for grandeur one last time. A small group of late rulers are presented as sea kings who dominate Scotland, Britain, and parts of the continent. Their deaths are theatrical, lightning, distant shores, heroic falls, and their campaigns are filled with hostages, tribute, and sweeping claims of empire. One invasion story is especially vivid. A royal feast, a decision to march beyond the sea, a landing in Scotland, a demand for submission, a set-piece battle on a named plain, and a brutal killing at a standing stone. The conqueror then installs a compliant ruler and marches onward, gathering pledges wherever he goes. The tale reads like a stitched epic, with place names added to make it feel anchored and real. Another tradition, placed around the same general era, tells of an exiled prince from Ireland who finds welcome at a Scottish court, marries into it, and fathers sons who become attached to specific districts, one associated with the Mearns, another tied to the Lennox. Even a river is given an origin story through this marriage line, as if landscape itself needed a family tree. In later Gaelic poetry, the river is praised as a noble spouse, and the local lord is framed as the living proof of that ancient union. The content is less about dates than about belonging. The land is presented as something inherited, through story. When these traditions are gathered together, later Gaelic writers sometimes try to sort Scottish families into neat categories of descent, some placed under one royal line, others under another. Yet the lists never fully agree with themselves. Powerful houses are grouped together that clearly have different origin traditions, and rulers whose known politics and marriages belong to a later world are pushed into the wrong ancestral stream. The structure reveals the goal, not accuracy, but an orderly map of identity. At a certain point, however, the narrative tone changes. A major battle in Ireland becomes a chronological hinge, and traditions tied to the Christian era start to sound less magical and more grounded. A specific claim is made. Roughly 20 years after that turning point, a group of Scottish settlers crosses into Western Scotland. Unlike most of what comes before, this movement is widely treated as historically solid, the beginning of the Gaelic kingdom on the west coast, and the start of a record that can be followed with more confidence. From there, the sequence of early kings and events becomes far easier to trace. That contrast forces a question. If the later crossing into Western Scotland has a firm historical core, what about the earlier conquests and settlements that fill the pagan age? When the stories are laid side by side, patterns begin to show through. The same plot keeps returning under different names. A settlement attributed to one dynasty reappears later as the achievement of another. A heroic migration used to explain one clan is repeated to explain the same clan again through a different ancestor. The same Scottish districts are constantly recycled as destinations. The heartland between Tay and Forth, the plains tied to the Mearns, the routes that connect central and northeastern Scotland. It starts to look less like a memory of repeated invasions and more like an attempt to express local ethnic relationships in narrative form. This repetition also explains why some tales feel strangely specific. When a legend assigns clear place names and recognisable districts, it can sound convincing, even when the surrounding story is impossible. In many cases, that realism may come from a different process. A later historical event, known in local tradition, is pulled backward into the mythic age because a name resembles a name, or because a famous figure is treated as a convenient symbol for a whole era. The result is a story that seems grounded in geography, while floating free of credible time. A name like Tuirin, described in later tradition as the residence of a Pictish ruler, can be read as more than a line in a story. In the low hills of Angus there is a prominent height still known as Tuirin Hill, rising above the surrounding farmland. On its summit, older observers noted clear traces of a fortified place. Wide, connected foundations that suggest multiple buildings and a circular inner strong point. The hill is naturally defended with a hard rock face on one side and awkward approaches on the others. Even the later local name for the spot, Camp Castle, preserves the memory that this was once seen as a defensible seat rather than an ordinary hill. Nearby place names also seem to echo fragments of the same narrative world. A glen name that appears in the tale can be linked to the district around Fithy, and a battlefield label in the story seems to survive in a modern form like Carcary. Yet the more important point is what happens when the legend is set beside independent records. A battle placed by the tale in this northeastern landscape appears to match a real conflict that belongs to a much later period. The details line up with an 8th century clash in the land associated with the Mearns and its neighbouring districts, where a Pictish leader was killed. Over time, the story's cast shifts. A famous name from an earlier century is dropped into the role of the slain king, even though that figure lived generations before. In other retellings, the same battlefield becomes the stage for a victory by Scots over Picts, with the defeated ruler bearing the familiar legendary name. The location stays steady while the characters slide around it, which is often the clearest sign that a real event has been pulled into a mythic frame. This kind of distortion shows up again and again in the wider cycle of Irish invasion legends. The tales do not merely describe Irish rulers winning fights in Scotland. They sometimes give them enormous campaigns across Britain and into mainland Europe, even to the foothills of the Alps. That scale raises an obvious suspicion. It begins to look less like genuine Irish kings marching across the continent, and more like memories of Roman-era politics being reshaped into local story. The pattern fits. A revolt of subject or servile groups against established rulers, followed by a harsh suppression, resembles episodes known from late imperial Gaul. A short-lived usurper who seizes power with the help of unrest has an easy parallel in a rebel regime that held Britain for a time. A powerful divider of provinces and reorganizer of territory can be read as a shadow of an emperor associated with administrative change. And when the legends speak of rulers who campaigned in northern Britain and ranged toward the continent, it becomes tempting to see the outlines of late Roman commanders and imperial contenders, translated into Irish names and given an Irish stage. At the same time, not everything in these stories needs to be dismissed as pure fantasy. There is another possible foundation that sits closer to the ground: the first clearly documented appearance of Irish raiders in Britain. In the later 4th century, groups identified as Scots appear alongside Picts in attacks on Roman Britain. These assaults recur, grow larger, and draw in other coastal enemies. The raids continue until Roman forces restore order, after which the attackers are pushed back. If a legendary Irish ruler is said to reign during the same window in which Scots are historically visible on the British stage, that overlap can help explain why later tradition remembered conquests in Scotland. The raids were real, the permanent settlement was not. The historical record indicates repeated incursions, not lasting occupation. A stable Gaelic colony in western Scotland only appears later, when a recognised settlement forms on the coast north of the Clyde. Before that, the sea crossings are temporary strikes, not migrations that permanently reshape the map. Still, the relationship between Ireland and northern Britain was deeper than occasional raiding. Long before any lasting Gaelic settlement in Argyll, the Pictish world straddled both sides of the Channel. In Britain, the Picts dominated the lands north of the Great Firths. In Ireland, closely related Pictish groups held substantial territory in Ulster and even beyond, appearing in coastal district and inland plains. In the story tradition, this becomes something even stronger: a single people spread across two shores, with one set of legends shared among them. Some accounts even imagine long sequences of kings ruling both Ireland and Britain, not as two separate polities, but as a linked realm governed by the same dynastic name repeated over and over. The numbers attached to these king lists often have a stylized feel. 7s and 30s appear so regularly that they resemble symbolic scaffolding, rather than true chronology. The same duality appears in another strand of tradition: tales of famous Ulster champions who train, fight and settle in Scottish landscapes as naturally as they move through Irish ones. Stories place their military schooling in Skye, at a dramatic sea cliff stronghold, and the geography fits the kind of site such legends love. A rock-bound fort over dark water, with mountain ridges dominating the horizon. The narratives then move west to Argyll, describing refuge and settlement, land granted for maintenance, and strongholds placed in strategic positions above sea locks. Even when the deeds themselves are heroic invention, the tales preserve a consistent assumption. Ulster's, a Pictish elite, and northern Britain were not distant worlds. They were connected by sea routes, kinship claims, and shared cultural memory. That connection also helps explain another recurring feature of these myths: inheritance through the mother. In story after story, the figure said to gain land in Scotland is the son of a woman presented as the daughter of a local Pictish king. This is not random romance. It reads like a folkloric way of expressing how belonging could be claimed through maternal lines, especially in societies where marriage ties mattered for status and rights. When a stranger's son, born to a local woman, is treated as part of her people, the legend is hinting at a rule of membership that makes sense in a tribal setting. The same mechanism appears in one of the darker motifs shared on both sides of the sea: a massacre at a feast. In Irish tradition, a subject class slaughters the nobility at a banquet. In Scottish legend, a similar trap is said to have destroyed Pictish leaders in a later age. The repetition suggests not a copied historical report, but a powerful narrative template, one used whenever a people tries to explain a sudden collapse of a ruling order. There is also a broader structural parallel that stands out. Irish tradition speaks of a central royal zone created to support the monarchy, set where multiple provinces meet and anchored by major ceremonial sites. In Scotland, a comparable centre emerges in later memory around Scone and the surrounding district of Gowrie. Scone sits beside the Tay, near the touchpoints of several old provincial regions. It becomes the place associated with inaugurations and law-giving, the location where kings are imagined to sit in judgment, and where royal authority is performed. Around it lie additional royal estates that form a cluster, each leaning toward a different neighbouring region, as if this small core was designed to stand at the crossroads of larger provincial worlds. Over time, the kingdom itself can be spoken of as if it were centred there. The same way Irish tradition sometimes speaks of sovereignty through the name of its ceremonial capital. By the time Alexander III ruled, Scotland had become a far larger idea than it once was. The kingdom's southern edge now pressed down toward the Solway and the Cheviots, while control of the western seaways and islands pushed the realm to its furthest Atlantic limits. A name that had once belonged mainly to the country north of the Forth, and Clyde had spread across this whole expanded space. Inside those borders, however, there was no single uniform people. The land was shared by communities with different languages, customs, and memories of origin, layered across the map in ways that still mattered in daily life. In the rough highlands of the north and west, Gaelic-speaking communities dominated. These were mountain and glen societies shaped by kinship ties, cattle, seasonal movement, and local lordship. Along the long eastern corridor, from the Moray Firth down toward the English frontier, the picture looked different. Earlier inhabitants there had included groups with mixed backgrounds, but over generations the speech and institutions associated with Northumbrian settlers came to fill much of that coastal plain. In the southwest, the old British realm around Strathclyde had once stretched from the Clyde toward the Solway, yet it too steadily yielded ground to the same East Coast influence. Even so, Gaelic pockets remained strong in places like Galloway, and Gaelic settlement also pressed into districts that bordered it, so that the frontier between tongues and traditions never formed a clean line. The result was a kingdom that, in broad strokes, held three great cultural currents at once: Gaelic communities, Brittonic communities, and an English-speaking population rooted in older Northumbrian expansion. On top of this came another layer of power: aristocratic families introduced under earlier kings, holding large estates and exercising lordship over wide districts. In parts of the Western Seaways, traces of Scandinavian settlement and influence still lingered, adding yet another thread to the tapestry. When trying to understand how these different groups organized themselves, a modern observer quickly discovers a problem. The earliest societies do not appear on record in their simplest form. Like a language that is only first recorded once it has already changed, social structures become visible only after they have been altered by time, contact, and internal strain. By the time these communities enter written history, they are already evolving, already absorbing outside influences, already developing inequalities that did not exist at the beginning. Even so, some fundamental starting points can be reconstructed with confidence, especially for Gaelic-speaking society, because its older legal traditions preserve the logic of an earlier world. The clearest feature is that the basic building block was not the solitary individual, and not even the small nuclear family. The primary unit was the wider community bound together by shared identity and mutual obligations, a people who thought of themselves as one body. In Gaelic lands, this community was imagined as a descent group, a kindred tied to a common origin. It held territory, defended it, and used it according to communal rules. The bond that held it together was explained through ancestry, whether that ancestry was remembered clearly or wrapped in legend. In the distant early stages, when relationships and inheritance were less tightly regulated, descent through women may have offered the most reliable way to define belonging, and later, tradition preserves faint hints of this older pattern. Over time, as social rules hardened, inheritance and authority became more firmly linked to male lines. But the older memory never entirely disappeared. In that earlier landscape, land was not treated as something a person could simply own in the modern sense. Personal goods existed, livestock, tools, weapons, household items, but the soil itself began as a collective resource. When communities shifted from hunting and roaming to herding and settled life, they claimed a distinct territory for their herds and households. That territory was used in layers. Grazing grounds were shared. People had rights to pasture animals there because they belonged to the community. Cultivated land was often distributed in portions for use, not held as permanent private property. Beyond the worked ground lay rough hills, bogs, woodland, and waste, again treated as a shared reserve. In such a system, cattle mattered intensely because herds were both wealth and security. Livestock became the practical measure of value, the standard used to price fines, obligations, and status. Even long after landholding began to harden into private estates, cattle remained central in the older mental world. Equality, however, never lasts long in practice. Even among free members of a community, difference of ability and luck create differences of influence. Some households build larger herds, manage stronger alliances, and gather dependents. Others remain modest, with fewer animals and weaker leverage. As soon as wealth in cattle becomes uneven, a ladder of rank begins to appear. And as soon as rank appears, the pressure to control land more securely increases. Because land feeds herds, and herds support status. Alongside these internal forces, outside pressures reshaped Gaelic society as well. The most powerful was the arrival of Christianity, not as a distant creed, but as an institution that settled into the community's structure. Churches and religious houses needed support, and that support often took the form of land set apart from ordinary communal use. In time, sacred estates emerged, protected lands attached to religious centres, treated as refugees, and removed from some of the burdens that fell on ordinary households. The new moral and social expectations introduced by the Church also pushed communities toward firmer rules around marriage, inheritance, and family authority. Where older custom may have tolerated looser arrangements, the new order strengthened the father's role as head of the household and clarified how children inherited and belonged. Even when older patterns persisted, they were increasingly pushed to the margins. As the community matured, another major divide sharpened within it: the boundary between those who were fully free and those who were not. Not everyone living on a community's land enjoyed the same rights. Some people were treated as full members, with access to communal pastures and a recognized place in distribution of cultivated land. Others lived under heavier obligations, lacking the same protections and political voice. Tradition explained the growth of this unfree class in several ways. Remnants of earlier populations who had been subordinated, families who had fallen into dependency through debt or misfortune, groups conquered and reduced to service, offenders punished into bondage, outsiders who arrived as mercenaries or settlers without full rights, and household dependents who'd always occupied a lower status. These categories reflect a reality common to many early societies. Freedom was not a simple on-off switch, but a spectrum shaped by ancestry, contracts, conquest, and economic pressure. Even within the free class, leadership was essential. A community could not function without judges, war leaders, and organizers of collective work. The figure at the top combined authority with obligation. In peaceful times, this leader acted as the highest judge and guardian of custom. In war, the same leader, or sometimes another chosen figure, commanded the fighting men. Authority was linked to lineage. Leadership was expected to come from a particular family line, seen as closest to the community's founding ancestor. Yet selection was not simply automatic. Ability mattered, and communities often chose a successor in advance to prevent crisis if the leader died suddenly. In other words, leadership was both hereditary in principle and competitive in practice, anchored in a ruling kindred, but shaped by consent and competence. At first, this leader held no personal estate separate from the community's land. He had the same basic rights as other free households to graze cattle and receive a portion of cultivated ground. What made him different was support. The community maintained the leader's status through provisions, food, labour, hosting, and later, through land set aside specifically to sustain the dignity and duties of leadership. This development mattered because it nudged society away from pure communal landholding. Once a portion of land is reserved permanently for an office, the idea that land can be separated from the common stock begins to take hold. Sacred lands reserved for religious houses did the same thing. These were practical solutions that slowly changed the underlying system. Meanwhile, the wealthier free households began to pull away from the rest. A person with a larger herd could claim greater standing, because herd size shaped everything: the scale of obligations, the ability to host, the ability to equip followers, the ability to absorb losses. Over time, prosperous households formed a recognized upper tier. Their homesteads grew into defended farm centers, with multiple buildings and an enclosed precinct. Hospitality became a public duty. Certain men were expected to receive travelers, provide shelter to important visitors, and host gatherings where disputes were heard and community decisions made. With that role came influence, and with influence came a stronger desire to keep the same land year after year rather than accept periodic redistribution. This is where private property begins to appear, not as a sudden invention but as an accumulation of precedent. When the same family holds the same ground across generations, custom starts to treat that holding as theirs. What began as long possession turns into inherited right. Once this happens, a new class of landholding magnates emerges, chiefly families whose authority rests not only on lineage and leadership, but on control of estates. These lords do not merely own cattle, they also control the ground that feeds those cattle. A hierarchy hardens. Lesser free people still exist, but their independence becomes more fragile as common land shrinks and population grows. Pressure increases as more mouths must be supported on the same territory, and boundaries become more defined. Open fields and shared spaces gradually give way to marked divisions as communities try to manage scarcity and competing claims. As estates expand, powerful households develop dependents. Some dependents are linked through negotiated agreements. A lesser freeman accepts livestock from a lord, gaining the means to farm, but in return owes food payments, labour service, and public deference. If the tenant already owns some cattle and receives an addition, the relationship is lighter and retains more freedom. If the tenant's entire herd comes from the lord, the tie is heavier, secured by guarantees and stricter obligations. Over time, these arrangements pull increasing numbers of formerly independent people under the umbrella of local magnates. Not always by force, but by economic necessity. Alongside them appear kotas, land-poor workers, and broken men from other communities, outsiders who settle on marginal ground and survive by service, eventually becoming rooted in the place if they remain long enough. By this stage, the community's territory is no longer one undivided block, held equally by all. It falls into three broad zones. Some land remains genuinely communal, shared grazing and shared cultivation, where recognised free members still claim rights. Some land is reserved for offices and institutions, the support of leadership, skilled specialists, and religious foundations with protected status. And some land becomes private inheritance. Estates held by ruling families, passed down and defended as property, with tenants and dependents living on it under obligations set by their lord. At the centre of this world stands the stronghold, the defended seat of authority. The leader's fort is not merely a house, it is a symbol of rule and a place of assembly, judgment, and protection. It anchors the community's political life, just as religious centres anchor its spiritual life. In some regions, the religious house grows so powerful that it absorbs the surrounding community, turning free tenants and dependents into a parallel structure under ecclesiastical authority, while still preserving many of the older economic relationships in a new form. This is the kind of society that lies behind the later medieval kingdom's Gaelic districts. A world where identity begins in kinship. Wealth is measured in herds. Land shifts from communal use toward inherited estates. Leadership is both ancestral and chosen, and outside forces, especially the church and contact with foreign systems, accelerate changes that were already underway. It is not a neat story of one system replacing another overnight. It is a long transition, visible in layers. Older communal practices surviving beside newer forms of lordship. Older ideas of belonging and descent lingering under stricter family structures. And a tribal community slowly transforming into a landscape of estates, tenancies, and institutional power, while still carrying the memory of the earlier order within its rules and habits. The tribal world described in early Irish legal tradition can look, at first glance, like a patchwork of small, self-sufficient communities. Yet, it would be misleading to picture these groups as isolated islands. Even in earlier centuries, many of them were linked into wider structures that acted like a political web across the island. Rather than a single centralised state in the modern sense, Ireland functioned more like a layered federation. Local communities kept their internal customs, but they also belonged to larger unions that coordinated power, tribute, and warfare. At the base stood the local tribe, A community with its own leader, its own territory, and its own hierarchy of free members, dependents, and clients. Above that level, several neighbouring tribes could be gathered into a larger bloc, something like a regional confederation. One king presided over this greater unit, not because the smaller tribes vanished, but because their leaders accepted a superior ruler for certain purposes, especially military coordination and formal tribute. Accounts differ on how many tribes typically formed one of these larger blocks. Some traditions suggest a small cluster, others describe a bigger grouping. The important point is the same. Authority scaled upward in steps, and these steps were built by combining multiple communities under a superior household. Several of these regional blocks, in turn, formed what later observers would call a province. The island's political map was often described as 5 great provinces, each imagined as a major fifth part of the whole land. Over each province stood a provincial king, and above them, at least in theory, stood a high king whose authority reached across all Ireland. That top position was never simply a throne sitting calmly above a unified country. It was better understood as the peak of a pyramid of negotiated relationships, where the reach of power depended on alliances, hostages, tribute, and the ability to compel military support. Leadership at every level followed the same basic logic. Kingship was hereditary in the sense that it belonged to a ruling family, but it was not automatic from father to eldest son. Selection remained competitive inside the dynasty. A successor was chosen from eligible relatives, usually favouring the senior and most capable branch, and an official heir was often designated, while the king still lived, to reduce the risk of civil conflict. Over time, this produced a pattern that appears again and again in recorded successions. The kingship in many regions alternate between 2 dominant branches of the same extended family. The system encouraged powerful lineages to share the prize by taking turns, sometimes peacefully, sometimes through pressure and violence. In frontier regions where populations of different origins lived side by side, the same logic could create even stranger outcomes, with rival dynasties claiming legitimacy from different ancestral roots, and the kingship passing back and forth between them for long periods. What truly held this multi-layered order together was not a set of abstract institutions, but a practical bargain repeated at every rung of the hierarchy. A superior gave something of value to an inferior, most often livestock or equivalent wealth, and the inferior repaid that support through duties. This exchange was not a one-time gift. It was a system of ongoing subsidies from above and obligations from below. At the highest level, a supreme ruler distributed rewards to provincial kings, who then supported regional rulers, who then supported local kings and chiefs. In return, the flow of payments moved upward. Fixed dues, tribute in cattle and provisions, and hospitality owed whenever a superior travelled through a dependent territory. Alongside these material returns stood the most important obligation of all: military service. When a superior called, an inferior community was expected to provide fighting men. Expeditions could be smaller raids or larger musters, and the size of the force each local tribe owed was treated as something that could be counted and demanded. A local community might be expected to supply a substantial war band, while a larger regional bloc was expected to provide several such companies. In practice, these numbers were ideals and bargaining tools as much as exact census figures, but they reveal how the system imagined its own strength. Another pillar of this society was its approach to crime and compensation. In an early tribal world, harm done to a person was not primarily treated as an offence against an impersonal state. It was treated as damage to a household and to the wider community connected to that person. The problem was not solved by prisons or state punishment, because the state, as later centuries would define it, did not yet exist in that form. Instead, the core aim was to restore balance by compensation. The oldest instinct may have been retaliation, but many societies developed a way to replace revenge with payment. If compensation was paid and accepted, the feud could be halted. If compensation was refused or could not be raised, violence might continue. Religious influence later encouraged forgiveness and settlement, but the payment system itself did not begin with religion. It was a widespread old mechanism for preventing endless cycles of revenge. This compensation system depended on ranking. Every person had a recognized value based on social position, an honor value that shaped legal outcomes, agreements, and penalties. Harm to a high-status person carried a heavier price than harm to a lower-status person. Not because one life mattered more in a moral sense, but because society was structured around status, obligation, and the idea that certain roles carried greater public weight. Wealth was still largely imagined through cattle, so values were expressed in livestock equivalents, with careful distinctions between animals of different age and type. Certain units of account were used as standard measures, and larger units represented bundles of value. These values determined the compensation due for killing, injury, and damage to property. A portion of the payment typically went not only to the injured household but also to the local lord and the community's king, because the offence was considered a disruption of the wider order they were responsible for guarding. Alongside social ranking and tribute stood another crucial tool of organisation: land division. Tribal Ireland developed a set of territorial units, used to describe how communities occupied the landscape. A local tribe was often imagined as holding a standard-sized territory made up of smaller building blocks, townlands, ploughlands, and their subdivisions. These were not merely measurements on a surveyor's map. They shaped how land was distributed, how obligations were calculated, and how chiefs understood their authority. Some traditions even attached sweeping totals to the entire island, listing how many large districts and townlands existed in each province and presenting the whole system as a grand, orderly design. Such lists sometimes read like a census of an ideal island, where every territory fits neatly into a grid and every unit supports a predictable number of cattle. In reality, the ground never matched the model perfectly. Land measures varied from region to region. A ploughland could mean one size in one place and another size elsewhere. Some areas used larger units, some smaller. Some counted land by acres, others by traditional divisions that were only loosely related to acreage. Boundaries were often defined by custom and memory rather than by exact measurement. Even when a unit had a nominal size, local practice could stretch or shrink it, depending on soil quality, pasture, and the ability of the land to sustain livestock. The system was practical, not mathematical. Land was measured by what it could support, not merely by how far it extended. These territorial labels appear both in legendary narratives and in later historical contexts, which suggests that the language of tribes and land units had deep roots. Old stories attribute administrative reforms to ancient lawgivers, presenting them as people who divided the land, appointed leaders over standard districts, and organised local society into a hierarchy of service. Later accounts show something similar in a different form. When foreign powers arrived, they often governed by leaning on the existing structure rather than replacing it immediately. They appointed their own rulers into the same slots: kings over territories, leaders over tribes, stewards over local districts, collecting dues through familiar channels. The names could change, but the skeleton of organisation remained useful. Over time, however, the tribal system did not remain uniform across Ireland. Different provinces and great districts developed their own versions. In some regions, a great tribe could include more local tribes than the supposed norm. In other places, the head of a territory might be called by a different title, and a layer of smaller chiefs, warrior leaders or local champions, could sit between the main ruler and the ordinary free households. Some districts describe their land not mainly through tribal units, but through countries associated with surnames, and then through townland subdivided into quarters and smaller fractions. In these areas, people often leased and taxed land not by strict acreage, but by these inherited local divisions, which could be frustratingly imprecise when someone tried to convert them into a single national measure. Certain regions in the West preserve especially detailed snapshots of how a great territory could be structured. One might be described as a permanent patrimony of a ruling dynasty, divided into a fixed number of large districts, each matched with tributary families whose obligations were clearly stated. Sub-kings could rule smaller areas under the central dynasty, while local lords held particular districts, and church estates formed another layer through lands attached to major religious offices. It is a picture of a society where political authority, family identity, military service, and landholding all overlap, and where the number 7 repeatedly appears as a way of expressing completeness and order, even when the underlying reality was more complex. Eventually, the old framework collided with a new legal and political world. By the late 16th century, in at least some territories, formal agreements were drawn up that aimed to dismantle the traditional system outright. The old captaincies, the rival claimants to succession, the customary elections within ruling families, and the periodic reshuffling of land by native custom were targeted for abolition. Land was redescribed through new administrative divisions, counted in standardized acreage, and redistributed as fixed holdings. The leading family might retain a core estate and receive rents from other lands, while other elite relatives received allotted portions. On paper, the tribal machinery was declared finished. Elections ended, customary divisions ended. The old order was meant to become extinct. In the western reaches of Connaught, power was organised around large regional groupings that brought multiple local communities under a single dominant house. One of the most notable of these western groupings was the territory later remembered as West Connaught, closely associated with the leading family that held sway there. What stands out is not only the size of the region, but the way authority was distributed inside it. Different districts had their own hereditary leaders, and alongside those leaders existed a network of specialist families who held fixed roles at court and in government, passing those responsibilities down the generations. A detailed tradition survives for several connected districts inside this western sphere. It describes a landscape divided into recognized local units, each linked to particular families and managed by hereditary chiefs. One district, large enough to function almost like a full territorial block on its own, is described as having a head family that directed its affairs, while other established families were attached to it as subordinate lineages. Elsewhere, 2 parallel chiefs appear in the same district, each commanding his own following, suggesting a division of authority inside a single territory. Another district is described as smaller, closer to half a standard territorial unit, but still organised in a familiar pattern. A principal hereditary leader at the top, beneath him several named families, tied to specific places, and alongside them a church-connected lineage, holding land under religious protection. That last detail matters, because it shows that not all land was treated the same. Some ground was bound to spiritual institutions and to the families who served them, and this granted a different status from ordinary holdings. Medical families and learned families also appear, attached directly to the ruling household. The record does not present medicine or scholarship as casual skills. It treats them as offices. A physician's place at court could be hereditary, and disputes could exist about which learned family had the stronger claim. The same pattern appears with families whose prestige rested on history, poetry, and formal knowledge. In one case, a lineage responsible for learning is described as receiving land specifically as payment for that work, showing that intellectual service was supported by material grants, not merely by reputation. The ruling house itself depended on a formal household structure that looked, in many ways, like a miniature government. Certain families are named as holding stable roles: master of the horse, standard bearers, judges, stewards, keepers of church property, attendants at the communal residence, masters of feasts, and high stewards who supervise larger management. The important point is that these titles were not simply personal honours. They were described as inherited positions, fixed into the social system. A chief was not only the head of a territory. The same word could be used with a qualifying phrase to mean a court officer whose task was as defined as a modern department. Under each officer sat further subordinate families, forming a chain of responsibility. The household was therefore not a loose band of followers, but a structured institution. This court model did not stop at the local level. The leading royal family of Connaught is portrayed as maintaining a similar body of hereditary officers at its main residence. A set number of high-ranking families formed an inner circle at court, acting as advisors and administrators in both war and peace. These officers, too, are described as receiving subsidies, and the subsidies are given in seasonal terms. Livestock delivered at set times of year, along with control of extensive land to support the office. The highest-ranking officers are described as royal chiefs in function, with large endowments, while another group of officers held smaller but still substantial domains. Their duties covered the practical needs of kingship, guarding prisoners and hostages, managing horses, commanding fleets, leading musters, overseeing the household, and guarding valuable goods. The picture is of a political system where government was inseparable from household management, and where administration was carried by families whose role was inherited like property. A similar logic appears in Ulster, though the surviving evidence often comes through later grants and surveys that preserve older divisions under new names. In one large territory along the northern coast, the land was recorded as broken into a series of smaller districts, each functioning like a local community unit. The names used for these divisions vary, but the structure is consistent. A greater region contains a set number of smaller territorial blocks, and those blocks correspond to local jurisdictions that had long existed. Some of these local blocks align closely with later parish boundaries, showing how older territorial thinking could be absorbed into newer administrative maps without fully disappearing. In parts of Ulster, the names of the communities connected to these divisions survived more clearly. A later inquiry records the region as split into many subdivisions, some larger and some smaller, and a number of the larger units carry names that reflect the tribal group associated with them. Here, the pattern becomes visible. The territorial unit is named for the people who hold it, not merely for a landscape feature. Several of these units could be grouped to form what later administration called a barony, and the acreage recorded for each group reveals that these were not minor parcels. They were substantial territories with defined boundaries, treated as coherent blocks for both governance and rent. In the early 17th century, officials attempting to describe and manage these regions put numbers on the old system. In Monaghan, a territory associated with a leading family is described as divided into baronies, and within those baronies into a fixed number of hospitality units. Each hospitality unit is then broken down further into smaller land measures. The official explanation frames the system in practical terms. These were districts expected to sustain food, service, and local obligation. The record even converts the local measures into English acres, presenting a neat arithmetic of land. What matters, however, is not the exact conversion, but the underlying structure. A hierarchy of land divisions that mirrors a hierarchy of authority, from top families to subordinate holders. Once the crown took control, the older duties were often converted into money rents. Parts of a region were granted as a chief's demesne, while the rest was distributed among long-established local holders, now framed as tenants or freeholders under new legal language. The chief received fixed rents and also a chief rent collected out of the smaller holdings, replacing older forms of tribute and service. The crown reserved its own share, so that a single territorial unit produced income upward to both the local lord and the state. This arrangement preserved the old shape of the land while changing the legal logic that justified possession. Fermanagh offers an even sharper picture of transition. There, the headship of the ruling family and its core lands were declared vested in the crown, but the wider population claimed long-standing rights to their holdings. Officials noted that these people did not hold land according to common law patterns, but according to a native custom in which senior members of each kin group claimed leadership, and land was divided among the broader group by a traditional inheritance practice. The territory itself was described as divided into baronies, each with a fixed quota of chargeable land units, and each land unit subdivided into quarters and smaller parts. Yet the record also makes clear that the local measure was not uniform across Ireland. A unit in Fermanagh could be much larger than the same named unit elsewhere, meaning that identical terminology could hide very different real acreage. Alongside the chargeable land sat free land, and the categories are revealing. One type was church land, known locally as land under spiritual protection. Another was the personal table land of the ruling house, set aside specifically to provide food and provisions for the chief's household and therefore exempt from common burdens. A third category consisted of land granted to privileged service groups, historians and chroniclers, poets, and professional warriors. These were not random exemptions. They show a society that deliberately supported key functions through protected land, ensuring that religious institutions, court memory, ceremonial authority, and military strength had an economic base. Church land received special emphasis. Officials recorded that the local term for this land carried the meaning of liberty or freedom, and that such land was protected from the usual demands of temporal lords. It was also associated with sanctuary. Even when older tribute obligations existed against a church, there are examples of those burdens being removed through formal settlement, effectively purchasing freedom from recurring hospitality dues. The result is a consistent theme. Church territories were treated as exceptional zones within the wider political economy, protected by custom and reinforced by negotiated agreements. The account of the ruling house's table lands in Fermanagh adds another layer. These lands were not huge by the standards of the whole territory, yet they were vital because they delivered butter, meal, and other provisions in fixed quantities. A local chronicler and legal expert is described as holding a parchment record that listed the chief's dues and the contributions owed from each part of the country. The existence of such a document shows that, even within a system often portrayed as customary and oral, written records could anchor obligations and define what was certain and legitimate. Beyond these fixed provisions, the account draws a sharp contrast between peace and war. In peace, the chief's demands are described as limited to recognised dues. In war, power expands into something closer to total extraction. Wider impositions, forced quartering of soldiers, and arbitrary levies. That difference illustrates how the same society could operate under two very different rules, depending on stability or conflict. One of the most important shifts inside early Gaelic society was the slow rise of smaller kin groups within the wider community. At first, the tribe could be pictured as one broad body of people who believed they shared a common origin. Over time, however, that single body began to break into tighter circles. These circles were not created by a sudden reform, but by ordinary social change. Differences in wealth, influence, and control of land gradually produced clusters of followers around stronger families. The first steps were simple. Some households accumulated larger herds and gained a reputation for leadership, judgment, and protection. Once a wealthy cattle owner began lending animals to neighbours in exchange for regular payments, labour, or loyalty, a new relationship appeared, superior and dependent. A man who could distribute surplus stock effectively became a local centre of gravity, and the people who relied on that stock formed the earliest version of a clan-like group beneath him. In practice, this meant that an ambitious household could turn economic advantage into political weight without overthrowing the tribe's old structure. As landholding became more concentrated, the process deepened. When a powerful family managed to keep control of the same lands across multiple generations, its position hardened into something like inherited lordship. At that point, the leader was no longer simply prosperous. He was becoming a territorial figure with a recognized estate and a permanent base of dependents living on or around it. Close male relatives gathered on the land, offshoot branches settled nearby, and a core circle of kinsmen formed around the head of the house. These were not just family in a loose sense. They were treated as a political unit. People tied to the leader by blood claims, shared interest in the estate, and an expectation of mutual support. The same mechanism that, in other parts of medieval Europe, pulled small holders into the orbit of great lords, also operated here in a local form. Independent freemen, facing pressure from poverty, insecurity, and shrinking access to land, increasingly attached themselves to stronger patrons. In doing so, they did not always become slaves, but they did move into a subordinate status. Their protection and prosperity now depended on a chief, and the chief's power grew because his following grew. Not all dependents were tied in the same way. Some entered into a limited arrangement that looked almost like a fixed-term partnership. A chief supplied a set amount of livestock, and the dependent returned regular food payments and agreed to defined labour and service, including help with building strongholds, working harvests, and answering the call to war. This relationship could be dissolved. The dependent could repay what was received and step away, or the chief could reclaim his stock and end the link. It created loyalty, but it did not automatically create permanent subjection. A tougher bond appeared when a dependent formally placed himself under a chief's protection in a lasting way. This was not just a loan of animals for profit. It was a pledge of allegiance backed by an initial gift and a continuing tribute that represented the price of protection. In this arrangement, the dependent's position was more fixed, and his independence was narrower. In many cases, the practical difference came down to resources. A freer dependent often retained some cattle of his own, and still held a personal share in communal land, while the more bound dependent relied heavily on the chief for his entire economic base. The system also gave chiefs leverage. A temporary dependent could be pressed into a more permanent dependence if he could not or would not return what he owed. Instead of restoring his independence, he could choose or be pushed into a deeper bond in exchange for additional stock. Over time, this dynamic made it easier for a powerful family to convert short-term agreements into long-term control, quietly increasing the number of people whose livelihoods were tied to its estate. As a chief grew richer, his ambitions widened. He did not rely only on his own people. He could expand his influence by planting outsiders on unused or marginal lands, strengthening his labour force and swelling his war following. These outsiders were often displaced people, families broken by conflict, men fleeing feuds, individuals seeking protection, or groups who had lost their place elsewhere. Once settled, they formed subordinate communities under the chief, sometimes with a status that could improve gradually if they prospered and remained long enough. Some were able to establish proper homesteads, receive stock like other dependents, and gain an accepted personal standing. Others remained at the bottom, working small plots or living in conditions close to servitude. And in many regions, this lower layer likely included remnants of older conquered populations. This growth of clan-like groupings was therefore anchored in territory. A chief's authority was not only a matter of charisma or battlefield success. It rested on land, on the ability to support followers, and on the right to demand service. Once people lived on a chief's land for long periods and repeatedly fulfilled duties to him, they became part of a stable body of old adherents, recognized as belonging to his following in a more settled, inherited sense. By then, the chief was not merely hosting dependents. He was building a local political machine that could endure across generations. Inside a mature clan, two broad layers could be seen. The first was made up of the chief's own relatives and those dependents drawn from the same tribe, tied to him either by blood or by agreement. The second was made up of outsiders and broken men settled on his land, forming subordinate groups under his authority. The bond to the first layer carried a sense of shared descent and family claim, while the bond to the second was mainly a relationship of protection, rent, and service. Yet both layers were expected to follow the chief in war, and failure to answer the call could bring serious penalties. Military obligation was one of the strongest tools that turned social hierarchy into real power. Within the inner layer of kin, early Irish tradition described an especially tight circle of relatives whose privileges and duties were treated as a shared burden. This circle was limited in size and divided into subgroups, creating a structured core around the chief. Members of this core were expected to carry joint responsibility for one another in certain situations, and they also held mutual rights in the redistribution of family land when one branch died out. The details could become complicated and overly formal, and it is likely that the neatness of the scheme did not always survive the messiness of real life. Still, the underlying idea is clear. Close kin were treated as a corporate unit, bound to one another by law-like expectations of shared obligation and shared inheritance. The same tradition also suggests that kin groups were thought of in terms of generational distance from a founding ancestor. As time passed, individuals moved outward from the chief's immediate circle into more distant categories and eventually blended into the wider community. The chief's closest circle remained relatively fixed in size, even as the overall clan expanded. At the same time, the most powerful cadet branch, the oldest, most established offshoot, could grow strong enough to rival the main line. This rivalry helps explain why leadership sometimes alternated between two dominant branches rather than passing smoothly from father to son. The relationship between a clan chief and the wider tribal king also reveals how power could stack in layers. In earlier conditions, independent free men could receive support directly from the tribal king. In later conditions, many were drawn instead into the orbit of a local chief who acted as their immediate patron. Both arrangements could exist side by side. Yet the king retained an osably strong pull. People could refuse deeper, more burdensome dependence if they wished, but the king's demands were harder to escape. Once a person entered the king's protection, separation was not treated as a simple, personal choice. That power allowed a tribal ruler to gather dependents on a large scale, and to settle outsiders on his land as well, making him both the political head of the tribe and, at the same time, the dominant chief within it. Beneath the king, the leading clan chief stood as the most significant figure. He could be treated as the head of the main kin circle, the man through whom much of the tribe's internal discipline and organization ran. He was also a beneficiary of fines and dues in certain matters, showing that authority was not only symbolic, it produced revenue. Disputes over roads, services, and order could be used to mark out whose rights were being violated: those of the king on major public routes, and those of the chief on the secondary paths, tied more closely to his local control. When trying to identify the real-world equivalent of this chief, the pattern points toward the highest-ranking local lord beneath the king. The figure who received support directly from the ruler, carried judicial weight, and stood at the head of the most powerful inner kin circle. A second figure, slightly below him but still prominent, appears as the leader by race, the head of the strongest cadet branch and a natural commander in war. Together, these roles reflect a system in which political authority, military leadership, and inherited prestige could be distributed among the top men of the same dominant kin network. Even with this layered structure, leadership was not described as automatic inheritance in a single line. It was family-bound, but person-chosen. The principle behind selection can be stated plainly. Age carried weight, seniority mattered, and dignity was expected to sit with the strongest family. Yet, personal fitness also mattered. A leader was supposed to be experienced, respected, resourceful, capable of protecting the group, and able to manage both alliances and liabilities. If two candidates were equal in standing and age, chance could decide. If one was older and equally qualified, seniority prevailed. Juniors might share benefits, but the senior was expected to be chosen. In practice, this encouraged the preference for brothers over sons, and for collateral relatives close to the common ancestor, because they were seen as nearer to the founding line and therefore more suitable to represent it. What emerges from all this is a society where clans did not replace the tribe overnight, but grew inside it like living branches from a trunk. Wealth in cattle and control of land created dependence. Dependence created followings. Followings created territorial power, and territorial power produced enduring kin-based political units. Over time, the tribe could still exist as a name and a framework, but real daily authority increasingly gathered around chiefs, whose strength came from land, followers, and the tight core of relatives who stood closest to the ruling line. Rules about compulsory war service reveal a great deal about how authority was layered in early Gaelic society, and how responsibility moved up and down that ladder. When a campaigning host was called out, failure was not treated as a private decision. It was an offence against public order, because the absence of key men could weaken a fortification effort, undermine a raid, or leave the leadership exposed in hostile territory. The penalties were carefully structured to reflect rank, and they also show that both kings and local chiefs had defined claims over the people beneath them. When a high-status landholder turned away from the campaign, the law treated it as a serious breach, especially if his dependents were involved. If a chief and his dependents abandoned the host after being summoned, a major penalty was due. That penalty did not flow to a single recipient. A large portion went upward to the higher royal level, while the remainder was split across the intermediate rulers and the local leadership in a way that mapped the political hierarchy. The top provincial ruler was entitled to a substantial share, but beneath him there were other layers with recognised authority. A regional king, the ruler of the local tribe, and the cluster of chiefs positioned between those levels. In other words, the fine itself functioned almost like a diagram of the power structure, distributing money and acknowledgement along the chain of command. A second scenario makes the same point through a different angle. If only one dependent left the host, alongside a leading man, the system still imposed a heavy payment. But now the burden was divided inside the chief's own household network. The dependent paid what would have been his portion if the entire dependent group had been guilty, and the chief carried the remainder. It was not enough for a chief to claim that only one follower defected. Responsibility attached to leadership. The chief was expected to control his dependents, and the law treated his ability to keep them in line as part of his public value. A third situation shows the opposite direction of accountability. If dependents deserted without the chief's permission, the penalty fell on them personally. But the distribution of that penalty still reinforced hierarchy. The provincial ruler took a share, the chief whose followers deserted received a share, and the remaining portion moved upward through the local royal level, and the intermediate chiefs who sat between the chief and the higher kings. Desertion punished the deserters, yet it also compensated the leaders, whose authority and safety had been damaged. Even in this case, the logic was not simply pay for wrongdoing. It was restore the balance of power that wrongdoing has disrupted. Two further principles underline how status mattered. When the law imposed a discipline fine, it was calculated by the rank of the person who had to pay it, not by the rank of the offended party. When the law imposed a payment tied to honour and standing, it was measured by the rank of the person receiving it. The same act could therefore produce different outcomes depending on who committed it and who was harmed by it. This was not an accidental complication. It was the core mechanism by which a ranked society translated social position into concrete consequences. The reasoning behind these punishments was also explicit. Higher-ranking men were more valuable to the host and to the construction of strongholds, and their absence created greater practical loss. They were expected to be present because their presence carried leadership, equipment, and experience. Another distinction was even sharper. Abandoning a host already in enemy land was considered more dangerous than refusing to go in the first place. A ruler deserted in hostile territory faced immediate risk, and the host itself could collapse. The law, therefore, treated departure during an expedition as a graver threat than initial non-attendance. Alongside these rules of war service, another institution worked quietly to tighten the bonds between chiefs and the lower ranks: fosterage. This practice placed children of high-status families in the households of people beneath them, where they were raised beside the foster family's own children. The custom is ancient, but it makes sense only in a society where rank had already become organised and stable. The very idea presumes clear difference in status, because it depends on a relationship between a powerful household and a humbler one, formal enough to carry duties on both sides, and lasting long enough to create lifelong loyalty. Fosterage appears in two broad forms. Sometimes it was framed as a relationship of affection and alliance, a way to bind families through shared upbringing. At other times, it was openly contractual, with set payments and clearly defined obligations. In either case, the aim was similar: to create a personal, emotionally reinforced link between classes that might otherwise be separated by hierarchy. A child raised in a lower household grew familiar with the people who served, fed, and protected him in early life. The foster family gained prestige, protection, and often material reward. The chief gained dependable ties that could outlast disputes over rent or service. The rules for clothing and food were drawn with obsessive detail, reflecting how seriously rank was taken. Children of modest families were expected to wear plain clothing in subdued colours, and in some cases to reuse old garments. Children of wealthier households were entitled to better clothing, and higher-ranking children were described as changing colours frequently, with special attention given to clothing on feast days. At the very top, the children of the highest elites were presented as permanently dressed in new and richly decorated garments. It is difficult to know how literally such standards were followed everywhere, but the underlying message is unmistakable. Even in childhood, society displayed hierarchy on the body. Food regulations were more likely to reflect everyday reality. All children could be fed porridge, but what it was made from and how it was enriched depended on rank. The lower grades were fed basic mixtures designed to keep them going. The children of chiefs were fed richer ingredients and larger quantities, meant to satisfy fully. The highest households were described as adding the most expensive sweeteners and the finest base ingredients. Yet there was also a sense that early infancy blurred distinctions. For a time, children's diets were treated more alike before the full scale of rank-based privilege was applied. Payments for fosterage rose in steps, like a ladder matching social rank. The lowest level received only a small number of valuable animals, while higher ranks paid substantially more. Girls were often assigned a higher payment than boys at the same social level, explained by the greater household arrangements required for their upbringing. Even the craft of educating children was divided by class. Lower households trained foster children in practical work, herding small livestock, maintaining food production, preparing materials, and cutting fuel. Higher ranks added skills associated with elite identity: horsemanship, music, target practice, games of strategy, swimming, and refined textile work for girls, including decorative needlework. For the children of kings, the standard rose again. The foster household was expected to supply access to horses and to ensure training that suited a future leader. Fosterage did not last indefinitely. Boys typically remained until late adolescence, girls until their mid-teens. Discipline was also graded by age. Younger children could be corrected physically under controlled limits, but as they approached maturity, the method shifted toward compensation and formal settlement, reflecting the belief that responsibility increased with reason and social standing. When the foster period ended, the foster parent returned the child with a parting gift scaled to rank. The exchange did not end there. The former foster child carried a lasting obligation to support the foster parent in sickness or old age in a way comparable to duties owed to one's own parents. The bond was designed to be lifelong, not merely a childhood arrangement. When later descriptions of Irish territories are examined, this internal structure of clans and subclans becomes easier to see on the ground. In different regions, local records list hereditary leading families and the smaller family groups beneath them. Some districts are described as being made up of multiple tribe territories, and within each territory appear named families presented as native hereditary groups, each with its own leader. Elsewhere, lists of local leaders describe a tier of minor chiefs who held land by descent from a shared ancestor and were expected to support the main leader in war at the head of their own kin groups. The language varies across sources, but the pattern repeats. A leading figure sits at the centre, while smaller descent groups orbit around him as political and military units. In Connaught, Genealogical traditions depict the same structure in an even clearer narrative form. A territory is traced to an early ancestor, then to a prominent descendant, and then the population is described as a larger descent group made up of several named families beneath it. Leadership is attached to specific lineages, and smaller groups are presented as established branches with their own standing. Some areas are described as containing multiple territorial units, each with its own headman and cluster of subordinate families. This is the clan system not as a theory, but as a map of who belonged where and who answered to whom. In Ulster, the same idea shows up in local place divisions. Larger districts were subdivided into smaller units that often corresponded to the holdings of particular descent groups. Some subdivisions preserve names that point directly to a kin community and its habitual residents. Other districts are recorded under labels that explicitly indicate a line or offspring group, followed by a personal name, suggesting that the territory was identified with a founding ancestor or prominent leader. Over time, these names became embedded in geography, turning kinship into a landscape feature. When administrators in the early 17th century surveyed regions like Fermanagh and Cavan, they found a society still shaped by these kin structures. Local scholars could recite the major descent groups, their branches, and the ranking among them, down to very minor figures. Landholding had been subdivided repeatedly as families multiplied, creating a patchwork where even small plots were claimed as personal country by their holders. Yet alongside this fragmentation, the offices of leadership remained intact. A territorial ruler held certain lands and dues that passed undivided to the successor in that office. Likewise, each major surname group had its own internal leader with reserved lands and services that were not split up in inheritance. Ordinary land might be divided among many heirs, but the core assets tied to authority stayed whole, preserving the political skeleton of the old system even as the economic flesh around it was constantly recut. From this point, comparison with Wales becomes possible, because the Welsh legal material describes a society built on a similar foundation, but in a more advanced and externally influenced stage. The Welsh population had encountered church authority earlier, and parts of Wales had also lived under Roman provincial rule. Those pressures helped reshape rules about marriage, legitimacy, and inheritance in ways that differ from Ireland. The surviving Welsh codes reflect regional variation, but they consistently show a layered society. Provinces under kings, a wider people conceived as a single national kin, and beneath that, an older tribal structure still visible inside local organisation. Welsh society maintained a clear division between free and unfree. The free were those considered native and fully entitled by descent through both parents, while the unfree included various dependent classes. A recognised head of the kin group appears as a formal figure, expected to be the senior representative within a defined range of relationship and to be sound in mind and body. Beneath him stood a class of territorial nobles, men whose families had held the same land long enough to be treated as established proprietors. Legal sayings describe this status as emerging by the fourth generation on the same holding. Father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and the present holder. This mirrors the broader principle found in many societies. Repeated possession turns a claim into a right. Welsh unfree classes were also layered. Some were native tenants bound to service. Others were closer to outright agricultural servitude. Alongside them were foreign settlers, placed on wastelands in a way comparable to the Irish practice of settling outsiders under a chief. The key difference is that Welsh law more openly treats the land as organised under royal authority, with clearer administrative offices inside each district and a stronger sense of structured territorial governance. The Welsh legal landscape was also expressed through a precise system of land measurement. Small units built up into homesteads, divisions, townships, larger administrative blocks, and finally districts that combined both community land and royal land reserved for the ruler's direct use. The numbers and sizes varied by region and later reform, and different codes describe different scales depending on fertility and landscape. Yet the point remains consistent. Land was made legible through a standardized grid, allowing rent, service, and inheritance to be managed in a formal, almost bureaucratic way. Within this system, community land held by free natives existed alongside domain land, worked by dependents and settlers, and alongside royal and official estates assigned to local representatives of the crown. The free population retained older rights connected to native status, including a guaranteed minimum holding, a voice in legal order under the protection of kin leadership, and freedom of movement except when bound by public service. Even here, the old tribal logic survived inside a more centralised framework. Welsh burdens on landholders included regular payments in kind resembling food rents and obligations of hospitality or quartering. Some payments were already being commuted into money, showing a shift toward a more monetised economy than the Irish legal material suggests. There were also event-based payments, such as a relief paid by an heir and a marriage fee tied to a daughter's wedding, both of which match broader feudal patterns seen across medieval Europe. A familiar principle also appears in Welsh law. Compensation for injury and death was calculated through a person's assessed value, which depended on rank. Homicide payments, fines for insult or injury, and other penalties were all tied to status. A portion of the homicide compensation belonged to the king, justified the ruler's role in enforcing payment when kin groups lacked the power to do so. This again reveals a society where kin responsibility existed, but royal authority stood above it as an enforcement backstop. The Welsh clan household, though less elaborately described than the Irish sept, is still visible. A territorial noble had under him native tenants, foreign settlers, and agricultural dependents, together forming a household force large enough to function militarily. The rules of inheritance for noble land show a limited cycle of subdivision. Land could be shared among brothers, then cousins, then second cousins, and after that, the law discouraged further division into ever smaller shares. This resembles the Irish concern with keeping certain lands within a manageable kin circle, even if the exact grouping differs. Responsibility for serious crimes also attached to a defined range of kin. Welsh law sets out a chain of relatives who pay or receive compensation, ranking them by closeness and adjusting shares so that nearer relatives bear or gain more. The list extends through direct ancestors, siblings, and increasingly distant cousins, and includes collateral relatives like uncles and nephews at corresponding levels. The logic is corporate. The act is not treated as belonging to a single person alone, but as something that can activate obligations across a kin network. The Welsh material offers only a brief glimpse of fosterage, but that glimpse is revealing. If a noble's child was raised within a tenant household with the lord's consent for a set period, the child could acquire inheritance-like claims tied to that household's land and property. This suggests that fosterage also functioned as a bridge between ranks, creating bonds that could carry legal weight, not merely emotional connection. Welsh law also marks the shift from childhood to responsible status through stages. Early years when the father answers for the child, and later years when the young man is formally presented to his lord, becomes a man under that lord's protection, answers for himself, and holds his own property. At that point, the father's disciplinary power is sharply limited, and the young man's legal status approaches that of a fully native free person. When trying to picture the earlier social world of the Celtic peoples in Great Britain, the evidence is uneven but still revealing. For Ireland's pre-Christian era, almost everything depends on later tradition. Britain, however, is occasionally described by outside observers who had direct contact with the Roman province and with the communities beyond it. These scattered remarks are brief and sometimes vague, yet together they point to a society that looks strongly like a tribal order built around land held by kin groups, authority shared among many small rulers, and wealth measured above all in livestock. Several writers describe Britain as a place of many local rulers, not a single unified state. Some speak of numerous kings and lesser princes, suggesting a patchwork of small political units. Others describe settlements that were not built like Mediterranean towns at all. Woodland clearings strengthened with felled trees, with huts inside and cattle kept close, as if security and herding mattered more than permanent urban life. Accounts of inland people emphasize a way of living that relied less on crops and more on cattle, hunting, and the products of the herd. Reports from the Western Islands describe communities that did not farm the soil and instead lived from fish and milk, which still implies controlled herds and a pastoral economy. Even when individual details are questionable, the overall picture remains consistent. Groups occupying territory collectively, organised into many small communities, with cattle at the centre of daily survival and social status. Some ancient observers also make claims about unusually loose sexual customs, including the idea that wives were shared. Whether or not such statements reflect reality, they at least signal that outsiders perceive different family and marriage patterns before Christian moral rules became socially dominant. In many early societies, inheritance and alliance through women can carry unusual weight, and later, tradition in northern Britain often highlights kin connections that do not fit neatly into strict male line expectations. The key point is not the sensational claim itself, but the broader implication of a pre-Christian social landscape that outsiders thought was less rigidly regulated than later medieval norms. Once Christianity is firmly established in the north, the evidence becomes clearer and more concrete. A recurring idea appears in early Gaelic writing. The people are arranged in tribal communities that are also territorial units, and these units are treated as normal features of life. Early religious poetry and narrative associated with the mission of Columba repeatedly refers to peoples and lands in a way that matches a tribal map rather than a feudal one. Columba is portrayed moving through distinct communities, influencing how they behaved, and interacting with multiple groups beyond the settlers from Western Scotland. These references do not describe a single tribe, but many separate communities, each with its own identity and its own land. They also imply that the same kind of organisation existed not only among Gaelic-speaking settlers, but among the Pictish populations as well. The geography hinted at in these traditions is not abstract. Communities are linked to recognisable regions, including the area around the River Tay. Columba is described as teaching and disciplining groups in that region, and the language used suggests many neighbouring tribes, rather than one unified kingdom. In political terms, there are also hints of alliance-making, internal unity among the groups under one king, and external agreements with neighbouring groups beyond that king's direct control. This matters because it places the tribal structure on both sides of ethnic and political boundaries. It suggests that the Picts and the Gaelic settlers did not represent two completely different social systems, but rather neighbouring societies with comparable building blocks, local kin communities tied to territory, led by recognised chiefs, capable of cooperation or conflict. Later, Gaelic tradition, even when wrapped in legendary genealogies, preserves the memory of named tribal groups in Scotland. Stories that connect heroic ancestors to settlements in Alban may not be reliable history, but they often reflect real place knowledge. When a tribal name seems tied to a major landscape feature, such as the older form of the name for the Forth, it becomes easier to see how tradition could preserve the memory of where certain groups were believed to live. The value here lies less in the heroic storytelling and more in the persistent assumption that Scotland contained multiple tribes with recognisable territories, especially in the zone historically associated with the Southern Picts. A particularly telling kind of evidence comes from early church records in the northeast. Gaelic notes in an important monastic manuscript describe land being granted to a church foundation in a way that mirrors older Celtic practice. Land is given with freedom from certain local claims, including the claims of regional officials and lower chiefs. That kind of exemption only makes sense in a landscape where local leaders normally had recognised rights over people and produce. The appearance of officials who resemble the Gaelic chief role strongly suggests that the surrounding society was still arranged in tribal units with internal hierarchy. In such a framework, a regional ruler sits above multiple local leaders, and each local leader is attached to a particular people and district. In the early Scottish kingdom founded by settlers from Western Ireland, the political unit itself was small enough that it can be imagined as a cluster of tribal territories, rather than a large, centralised state. Sources describe 3 main kindreds, tracing descent from founding ancestors, each occupying a defined zone, one controlling the Kintyre region and adjacent districts and islands, another holding the major islands further south and west, and another spread across a broad mainland stretch. These groups are even described in terms of households, as if the community is counted by homesteads, rather than by acres. There are also hints of practical organisation for war and sea travel. The community is divided into set groupings for naval manpower, and armed service obligations are listed for each major kindred, with an additional contribution from a central interior region that seems to have been associated with an older population. The impression is of a society where military service, sea power, and territorial belonging are coordinated through kin groups, not through private landlords. Other Gaelic pockets in Scotland also preserve traces of the same structure. In Galloway, medieval documents record rights connected to leading one's kin in disputes and in local administration, and there are references to captains of named groups. The terminology shifts over time, but the function remains recognisable. A community defined by kinship has a head who leads in legal matters and in mobilisation. In the same region, words meaning people or kindred continue to appear in ways that indicate a tribal identity rather than a purely feudal one, even when later medieval society becomes dominated by lordship and chartered landholding. These older group identities linger in local leadership roles. From the 11th century onward, strong outside pressures begin to reshape the tribal world. Northern districts fall under Scandinavian influence for a time, while the political centre increasingly leans toward the east and toward the English-speaking lowlands. After a new royal line rises with major support from Northumbrian power and ties itself to English dynastic networks, Eastern Scotland becomes the most influential part of the kingdom. Over time, new political habits and legal concepts spread. Titles are translated into the language of the incoming system, and old roles are relabelled with names that made sense to newcomers. Regional rulers become earls in record keeping, and local chiefs are increasingly described with terms taken from English practice. Tribal territories begin to be described in a new vocabulary as well. And as feudal thinking hardens, land is increasingly imagined as flowing outward from royal authority rather than belonging first to a community. When medieval chroniclers later claim that much of Scotland had once been divided into thanages, they are not describing a fantasy of provincial governors, but something more realistic: small territorial units that, in practice, corresponded to older tribal districts. In other words, the old tribal map did not simply vanish overnight. Instead, it was gradually reinterpreted through new categories. Areas not yet absorbed into the feudal network could be treated as royal domains, and their older communal arrangements were increasingly managed through the crown's officials and through a legal framework that assumed land rights came from above. The most stubborn survivals of the older order can be traced in rules about compensation and fines. Even as new systems spread, older ideas about status and payment remained useful. Medieval Scottish law preserves a scheme of blood payments and injury fines that clearly rests on older Celtic concepts. It maintains a sharp divide between free people and unfree people, and it sets different compensation levels for different ranks among the free. Long before stone towns became common, hill forts and rough earthworks crowned heights, and small clusters of huts gathered behind simple ramparts. By the early medieval centuries, fortified royal sites appeared in the north. Villages stood by lochs, and the great mountain spine running through the country shaped both movement and identity. Over time, human labour slowly altered the land. Christianity spread, planting monasteries and small communities that practiced agriculture and encouraged more settled rhythms. Forest edges were pushed back in places, wetlands were drained where possible, and richer lowlands near river mouths became more productive. By the late 12th and 13th centuries, Scotland's great natural boundaries still defined its regions. Mountain ranges that formed watersheds, long ridges that were hard to cross in winter, and river valleys that opened routes through otherwise forbidding terrain. But two striking features now marked the landscape in new ways. One was the rise of stone strongholds. Castles built by incoming nobles granted land by the crown, and royal fortresses established on strategic sites. Around many of these strong points grew clusters of craftsmen, traders, and sailors, forming burghs and river towns where commerce could concentrate behind walls and gates. The second feature was the spread of large religious houses built in stone, belonging to monastic orders that brought new building styles, new methods of farming, and an economic discipline that could transform surrounding districts. These institutions were not simply spiritual centres. They were engines of cultivation, organisation, and influence. Contemporary descriptions, even when incomplete, sketch a kingdom dotted with royal castles and key settlements, strong places in Teviot Dale and Lothian, major fortresses along the eastern corridor, and then the long, harsh crossing over the mountain barrier toward the north. They hint at travel routes where food could be scarce and passages miserable, and they reflect a coastline-focused view that sometimes overlooks central regions. Other writers speak with pride of a land strong by nature, difficult to enter, divided by mountains that once separated older peoples, yet rich in rivers, springs, and harbours, and capable of producing grain in the lowlands even if wine and oil were absent. In upland zones, the soil was poorer, suited more to oats and hardy crops, while wide areas supported grazing and sheep, and both river and sea supplied fish in abundance. Taken together, these accounts suggest a Scotland in transition, still heavily shaped by wild terrain, yet increasingly organised by fortresses, towns, and religious estates. The population of this Scotland was as complex as its geography. By Alexander III's reign, the realm contained several distinct groups whose origins stretched across centuries. Two broad streams mattered most: Celtic peoples rooted in the island's older past, and Teutonic peoples whose language and institutions were spreading steadily. Older writers and documents used many names for the inhabitants, distinguishing Picts, Britons, Scots, Angles, Norwegians, and Normans. In earlier royal charters, these labels appeared openly, addressing Scots and Angles, or Franks and Angles, or naming regional groups like the people of Galloway. Over time, those distinctions faded in official language as the kingdom's identity hardened under the general name of Scots, even though local differences remained vivid on the ground. Among the oldest inhabitants were the Britons of the south, linked to the speech family represented by Welsh and Breton, and the Picts of the north, whose identity has long been debated. The Picts often appear divided into northern and southern branches, and while that division may have been partly geographic, religious differences once ran deep, with some regions adopting Christianity much earlier than others. Many signs point to a strong Gaelic character among the northern and western Picts, including those connected to regions like Galloway and even parts of Ireland. While the southern Picts, living close to Britons and under different pressures, show traces that suggest a more mixed, linguistic and cultural borderland. Into this already varied world came new settlers. In the 6th century, a Gaelic colony from Ireland established itself on the western shore around Dalriada, and in the same era, Angles from Northumbria pressed northward along the east coast. The Gaelic newcomers could blend more easily with kindred peoples, especially as shared religious networks grew. The Angles, arriving as pagan conquerors into a Christian landscape of different speech, appear to have secured their foothold through harder conflict, with the earlier population pushed back toward rougher western ground. Finally, the burdens placed on communal land in medieval Scotland echo older Celtic practice. 4 recurring obligations appear across wide areas, especially on royal and church land. 2 are regular payments in produce, and 2 are service obligations connected to military mobilization. Charters, granting land to churches, repeatedly emphasize freedom from these exactions, which shows that they were normal expectations of landholding. Kings grant churches a share of their produce payments from major regions. Bishops and earls receive and redistribute the same kinds of dues. And disputes over these payments appear in ecclesiastical records. The pattern is consistent across the country north of the Firths. Where land has not fully entered feudal tenure, older communal burdens remain visible, and exemptions from them are valuable and explicitly stated. Moving south of the Great Sea inlets, the same older obligations continue to appear across much of the country, with one major exception: the strongly English-speaking zone in the east, where different customs took deeper root. Elsewhere, records show the Crown still drawing regular contributions from districts that had once belonged to older British kingdoms. In the southwest, for example, royal income is described not as a neat cash tax, but as a share of what the land actually produces. In pasture regions, that means animals, especially cattle and pigs. In more mixed landscapes, it can include grain as well. Grants to major churches often mention this income directly, because giving a church a tenth of royal revenue in a district is essentially giving it a tenth of these deliveries in kind. Some charters in the southwest also stress that land is being given free of these demands, which only makes sense if everyone understood those demands as normal and legally enforceable. One unusually detailed legal decision from the same region shows how this system worked on the ground. When the king was due his share from a district, local officers carried the royal order to the person who owed it and required payment. If the debtor refused, The officers could seize property as a guarantee, using a staff or rod that symbolised royal authority. Delaying payment had escalating penalties, and the fine could be measured in extra cattle on top of what was originally owed. Even partial delivery after a certain seasonal deadline triggered additional charges, with different rates for cows and pigs. The impression is of a practical and blunt system. This was not a ceremonial gift, but an enforceable obligation backed by seizure and punishment. Taken together, these notices make the burden itself easier to understand. It was not one single item, but a bundle of claims, a legally fixed share of produce, drawn from the land and the stock, sometimes combined with other services and payments that could be demanded by right. It resembles the older idea of food rent found in several Celtic societies, where landholding is tied to regular support of those above in rank. Across most of Scotland outside the eastern lowlands, it remains attached to lands that are not fully absorbed into feudal tenure. And that detail matters, because the obligation fades once land is formally held under a new kind of legal arrangement. Agreements concerning church rights often draw a sharp line between what was owed before a landholder received a formal feudal grant and what applied afterward. The old dues are treated as something that belonged to an earlier legal condition of the land. Alongside this produce share was another expectation: hospitality. In older tribal settings, leadership came with the right to be fed and housed by followers. Over time, that broad social right becomes a scheduled burden. In practice, it means that when the superior or his household moves through the district, the occupiers must provide a night's food, drink, and supplies. What began as a customary welcome turns into something counted, owed, and sometimes imposed a fixed number of times each year. In some areas, it is tied to larger land units and assessed per ploughland. A single plough unit might be expected to provide a cow, pigs, meal, oats, poultry, eggs, candles, soap, and cheese at a set season, an inventory that reads less like a gift and more like a formal ration list. By the later medieval period, the same hospitality burden appears under changing names and in changing forms, but the core idea remains. Royal finance records treat it as a charge on certain royal districts, counted by knights, and sometimes converted into a payment described in cattle. In the Highlands and Islands, it survives even more clearly as a knight's portion demanded from each township, still paid partly in meal, cheese, oats, and livestock, on top of ordinary rent. Later descriptions of the western seaboard depict entire islands contributing vast amounts of food and animals in connection with the Lord's visits, because each community is expected to host him for its allotted number of nights, depending on its size and workload. When officials or local powers promise to protect church lands, they often include a pledge that nobody will burden the tenants with forced provisioning, showing how heavy and disruptive these visits could become. Similar duties appear under other labels in the southwest, again revealing the same logic. If royal officers pass through with a prisoner or after a violent incident, the district might be compelled to provide a night of lodging and supplies, if the party cannot leave before sunset. The language differs, but the structure is familiar. It is not simply charity. It is an old rite of passage and maintenance that has hardened into rule, limited by conditions and recorded in writing because disputes were common. Beyond produce and hospitality, there were also service obligations tied directly to war. In early tribal society, adult men are expected to follow their leaders. Later, the same expectation is attached not only to people, but to land. Hold a share of what used to be tribal territory, and the obligation to join expeditions follows. Charters show two distinct categories: internal service and external service. The first relates to campaigns or duties within the kingdom's boundaries. The second is connected to mustering for larger royal armies or crossing into hostile territory. These are not random levies. They are assessed by land units. Documents about grants often specify that land is free from all burdens, except a particular level of external military service, and the amount of service is described as what properly belongs to a certain number of large land measures. In other words, the land itself is treated as carrying an inherited military quota. This land-based accounting makes an older pattern easier to see. In the West, very early tradition already describes the sea service being organised around fixed groups of households, with rowing obligations assigned in blocks. When later records define a larger land unit as containing 20 smaller homesteads, the connection becomes hard to miss. The same territorial blocks that once organised manpower continue to organise the later burdens, even when the names and administrative language change. By this stage, the older burdens can be summarised as 4 major pressures on community-held land. First comes the legally fixed share of produce and other payments gathered by right, a mixed package that can include livestock, grain, personal duties, and fines. Second comes scheduled hospitality, demanded for a set number of nights and appearing under a cluster of regional names. Third comes the duty to join internal expeditions. Fourth comes the duty to attend the Great Host, the full royal army assembled for defence or invasion. These are the surviving skeleton of a tribal system operating inside a kingdom that is increasingly reshaped by outside models. As the monarchy becomes more feudal in style and its institutions more standardised, the older arrangements do not vanish instantly. Instead, they slide into new legal clothing. One transitional step is especially important. Royal lands begin to be treated as held in a form that is neither simple occupancy nor full military vassalage. The logic is straightforward. A holder receives land by formal grant and secure possession. But instead of owing knightly service, he owes a permanent rent. Over time, that rent shifts from deliveries in kind toward money. The old produce share that once expressed communal obligation is reinterpreted as a fixed annual duty attached to a grant. This is not yet the fully developed feudal world of universal military tenures, but it is no longer the older tribal landscape either. It is a bridge between them. In that evolving system, royal districts that had once resembled tribal territories develop a recognisable internal structure. The leading holder controls the core lands and answers directly to the crown, paying the annual duty that used to be gathered as produce. Beneath him are subholders who possess smaller portions as hereditary freeholding. They have their own legal standing, attend courts, and owe defined services, including military obligations that are still described as Scottish service, rather than the classic knightly package. Early laws repeatedly place these freeholders alongside nobles and local leaders in lists of those who must attend assemblies and uphold order. Some statutes even warn the landed elite not to abandon cultivation in favour of excessive pasture, implying that the transformation of land use was already underway and was felt as a social problem. Charters reveal the same hierarchy in practice. A lord may grant land to a relative while reserving the superior rights and services owed by the freeholders within that territory. Another document may describe a man receiving a tenement from an earl in a way that treats hereditary holding as a mark of free status, while also requiring the service due to the king from the land. At the same time, the unfree population remains present in the background. Grants often include not only the land itself, but also the dependent labour force attached to it. That detail is crucial. It shows that even as legal forms shift, the basic working arrangement persists. a core estate cultivated by dependent tenants and outlying portions held by free men under layered superiorities. Below the hereditary freeholders is another group that resembles modern tenants more closely. They hold for a fixed term, for life, or for a term with limited inheritance. Some are free farmers, others are local gentlemen or close relatives of the lord who hold long leases and occupy a middle position between freeholding and farming. Their tenures sometimes involve the landlord supplying stock and equipment, with the tenant returning equivalent value at the end of the term. The land unit held by the smallest of these free farmers often appears as a standard fraction of a plough unit, and the language of homesteads survives strongly in place. Names across Scotland, hinting at an older world where the household was the basic building block of settlement. At the bottom of the rural order are the year-to-year cultivators and servile tenants, the people most directly compelled to keep fields under the plough. Early royal legislation targets this class explicitly. These laws demand timely ploughing and sowing, require those with enough cattle to take land and work it, and order those with fewer animals to dig and plant by hand. They also threaten penalties for lords who allow their dependents to neglect cultivation, and punish servile tenants directly with confiscations if they refuse. Behind the moral language and pious warnings lies a simple concern. The kingdom needs grain, stability, and predictable production, and the older system of labour and dependency is being used to enforce that. By the time Alexander III died, the older system that had shaped landholding in much of Scotland was already under pressure. But the shock that followed his death changed the direction of the country completely. A prolonged war with England, a bitter struggle over the succession led by rival noble families with continental roots, and the wave of forfeitures that followed on both sides, all helped to tear apart the older balance. Land that had once been managed through long-standing local customs and fixed dues was increasingly pulled back into royal hands, then granted out again under new rules. Over the following generations, the Crown's preferred model became clear. Land was to be held through obligations that could be defined, enforced, inherited, and used to raise military force. Step by step, older Celtic-style arrangements lost their legal ground, and in many places they faded from everyday reality. After the wars for independence and the repeated shifts of power, many of the old royal districts had returned to the Crown, either because their lords had died out, been dispossessed, or been judged disloyal. A new pattern then appears again and again. These districts are granted to incoming magnates as fully feudal possessions, with military service built into the grant. One set of royal grants from the same year captures the transition neatly. A powerful knight is given several royal districts in the northeast, but the grant includes a cautious clause that reveals lingering uncertainty. The Crown admits that descendants of earlier holders might still try to reclaim those lands in the old way. If that ever happens, the new lord is promised something important. Even if the land itself returns to an older line, the new lord will still keep the right to collect the services and annual payments that had traditionally been due from those districts. In other words, the Crown is preparing for legal friction by separating land from revenue and authority. Yet the same records show that this caution does not slow the wider shift. The lands are soon treated as full feudal estates, shaped into baronies, bundled with dependent labour and tied to military obligations. The old structure is still visible in the language of Jews and people, but the legal frame around it has changed. To see what this looked like on the ground, it helps to follow the surviving evidence region by region. In the far north, beyond the Moray Firth, only a single royal district is clearly traced in the records. It surfaces in a brief moment when a noblewoman resigns it into the king's hands and receives it back by a new grant, suggesting a period of political bargaining rather than stable inheritance. Other districts celebrated in later storytelling do not appear in the documentary trail at all, which is a reminder that legend and administration rarely match cleanly. Along the southern shore of the Moray Firth, the picture becomes fuller. Here, a chain of royal districts once lay between the rivers and burns that run into the sea. Several are known by name, and early documents link them directly to fixed annual payments. The Crown orders that a portion of these payments be assigned to the Church, and it is clear that the Jews are now being treated like a dependable revenue stream, counted in marks, rather than measured in livestock and grain. Lists of local jurors show the older titles still being used, with district leaders appearing as important men in legal inquiries. Yet only one of these districts leaves behind a richer set of details, thanks to a surviving grant that looks back to pre-war practice. In it, the king gives the whole district for a permanent annual payment that matches what had been paid in Alexander III's time, and he requires the same customary service that had always gone with it. This is a snapshot of the system right on the hinge. It still remembers older customs, but it is already being expressed through a chartered rent. Later, the same district drifts in and out of great noble hands and then returns to the Crown through forfeiture. When it is confirmed again, the new settlement is revealing. The district keeps its historic label, but the rules are different. Feudal duties are now combined with the old annual payment, as if the Crown is deliberately blending two worlds, preserving a familiar name while rewriting the legal reality. Even within that reworked district, pieces of land appear that once belonged elsewhere, showing that boundaries were no longer treated as untouchable. A particularly telling detail is how local Gaelic-speaking communities preserved older naming habits, even as the paperwork changed. A detached portion becomes known simply as the chief's land, a phrase that carries the memory of pre-feudal leadership into a later landscape. Nearby lay a much larger royal district whose exact story is harder to trace, even though its name echoes in later family identities. What can be said with confidence is that these coastal lowlands still show the logic of earlier administrative units, while deeper inland the same social layers appear more faintly but still recognisably. Agreements over land in Badenoch, for example, discuss dependent people with a cold precision. Certain individuals and their descendants are assigned to one party, others to another, along with their movable goods. The language shows that human dependency remained a legal category, handled like part of the estate itself. When a huge territory stretching from the Spey to the Western Sea is later elevated into an earldom, the grant makes the new order even clearer. Royal districts, manors, burgh communities, revenues, and the rights over freeholders are gathered together under a single lord. Those who had held directly from the Crown are now required to do homage and attend courts under the new Earl, while the Earl promises the King the national service, still calculated by large land measures. It is a redistribution of authority on a grand scale, built on feudal assumptions but still carrying older accounting methods. Crossing east into Mar and Buchan, the records become more administrative and more numeric. A crown rental from the later 13th century lists a cluster of royal districts with annual values, and these districts form a belt running from the Moray coast down toward Aberdeen. Some are coastal, some reach inland, and several include large wooded tracts that function as hunting grounds and resource reserves. Over time, these forests often split from the districts and become royal forests in their own right, managed separately and granted to keepers. In one coastal district, the land is eventually converted into a feudal barony, held by a named family, while the nearby forest stays under the Crown, showing a deliberate division of land and woodland rights. Another district is taken from a great lord after an unauthorised alienation and then granted again for the accustomed services, a phrase that signals continuity in obligation, even when the holder changes. South of these lie other districts that match modern parishes closely. And here, the pre-war evidence becomes sharper. A local lord founds a chapel and endows it with lands, but later inquiries explain that the same man had lost royal districts to the crown through default, and then negotiated to recover one by transferring part of another to a powerful earl. The story is not simply piety or patronage. It is land, leverage, and survival in a world where royal rights could be enforced or bargained away. Farther east, a very large district centred on Five stands out for its value and complexity. It appears to have been worked through a system of farming with a named tenant accounting for the annual rent, suggesting that the Crown and its officers were treating the district as an income source to be managed. Here again, the forest story repeats. Charters hint at separate grants for the district itself and for the Forest Office, implying that the woodland had become a royal resource with its own administration. The district is later divided, with half granted for life to one earl and the other half handled by another tenant. And eventually the whole seems to drift back to the crown and is granted again as a feudal barony with castle and town. The pattern is consistent. Older districts become pieces in larger political settlements, sometimes split, sometimes reunited, but increasingly reshaped in feudal form. Between the Don and the Dee, the old urban centre of Aberdeen itself appears as a royal district in accounts, valued like any other crown holding. Over time, it merges into the land base of the burgh, while its forest becomes part of the surrounding royal woodland. Nearby, one especially well-documented district reveals how older structures lived on inside new frameworks. It stretches along the Don for miles and includes a central church, whose name suggests a primary church for the territory. Several chapels once depended on it, and later became separate parishes, a change that outlines the old district's original scale. Close by lies a settlement whose name marks it as the chief's town, and this piece of the district behaves like a reserved core that stays under tighter control even when the wider territory is granted away. After the wars, the forest belonging to this district moves between crown and noble hands. Royal charters are issued from the manor in the forest, showing the king's personal presence and the forest's importance. Later confirmations show the forest held with its freeholders and their services, an arrangement that makes sense only if a layered social structure still exists within the old district. Other grants are even more explicit. A great lord receives the district as a barony, but the crown reserves the tenantries, the freeholders, their lands, and the traditional dues. Later, those reserved parts are granted too, though sometimes the chief's town remains set apart for a time. In 15th century transactions, pieces of that chief's town are sold, along with a small rent from church land and specific, customary deliveries of oats and cheese. Even more striking, a money payment appears that represents the commuted service once owed by dependent people. This is one of the clearest signs of transition. Older labour obligations survive, but they are increasingly converted into cash, becoming predictable and transferable, like any other rent. Up the Dee, several smaller districts appear, some only as names in lists of dues paid to the church. One seems to have belonged not to the crown but to the old earls of the region, which would explain why it does not show up in the crown's own rental. Another district, on the south bank, is described early on as a cluster of townships under church land, alongside a royal forest, and the grant carefully excludes the local chief's land. Later, A second grant removes that exception, and in effect, the old district disappears into church control. The process is telling. Once the reserved core is absorbed, the district as a distinct royal unit and stops making sense. Still farther inland, a third district is recorded as being held heritably by a named knight, while its large annual rent is linked to the Queen, evidence that crown finance and household provision could intersect in these holdings. South of the Dee, in the lands running toward the Tay, the earldom of Mearns shows an especially heavy concentration of these former royal districts. Here they appear in two clusters. The first lies between the Dee and the coast near Stonehaven. Records mention repairs to district houses and the presence of royal forests, and a great noble family is shown managing these forests as keepers, before falling from power. Afterward, the forests and districts are granted to another rising family, and the districts are shaped into feudal baronies. Even when an old forest remains separately held by concession, the direction is unmistakable. The Crown is converting older units into private feudal estates, while still using them as sources of rent and patronage. The second cluster occupies the southern Mearns. Here, several districts are grouped together in grants and accounts, sometimes with a royal park and castle and with their customary dues named as part of the package. One district is known to have been a royal seat, close enough to royal attention that even a small patch of arable land beside the manor is confirmed by charter. Another district covers a full parish and includes land still called the Chief's Town. A third matches another parish. These are the districts that, in the new order, are granted out as baronies under military tenure, their old identity preserved only as a label. A smaller district nearby appears briefly as its own unit, and is then granted as a barony like the others, which again fits the wider trend. But perhaps the most revealing case in this region is a large district whose internal makeup can be reconstructed in unusual detail. It once contained dozens of townships and a central block of church land. Over time, that larger parish was broken apart by grants, with sections given away to newcomers, while other blocks remained separate holdings. Later descriptions of the same territory show farms of different sizes, from large plough units down to quarter units, suggesting a landscape where different social layers held land in clearly graded portions. This is likely close to the older reality. A core estate under the chief, smaller holdings under free men, and servile or dependent land cultivated under obligation. A legal dispute from the early 13th century opens a rare window onto the social world inside such a district. The conflict is between a bishop and the family that represented the local chiefs, and it turns on rights over church land and what could be demanded from the people living on it. Witnesses recall how the area was once filled with dependent church tenants, how the lord leased the land for a term to a rent-paying holder, and how later a successor drove out the old dependent group and began to farm the church land directly as part of his own estate. The testimony insists that earlier chiefs had not ploughed that land, and that this direct cultivation was a new and aggressive act. It also reveals frequent turnover in leadership, with many chiefs remembered within living memory, yet only one accused of seriously oppressing the church people. In the settlement that follows, the bishop secures the right to receive hospitality contributions and a fixed rent in cattle, plus a share of legal payments. The chief keeps the right to collect the produce dues, receives a set amount of cheese from each household, and can demand harvest labour and participation in expeditions. The compromise lays out, in plain terms, how power was divided: church rights, lordly dues, labour services and military obligations all layered on the same community. Other labels for crown-held land appear in this region as well, especially lands that once belonged to early monastic establishments, but later passed into royal hands. When these lands are granted to a priory, the grant often includes not only the church and its immediate ploughland, but also the wider territory that had belonged to the old religious house, along with pasture rights, local people, and even the king's own officers and followers throughout the parish. Later, confirmations sometimes remove the king's men from the grant, and then additional agreements transfer the old produce and hospitality dues from a lay lord to the priory. The effect is that older burdens are not erased, they are redirected. The same dues that once supported a local chief can now be assigned, by charter, to a religious house. In Angus, the pattern continues but with an important difference. The region is larger, wealthier, and closer to the kingdom's core, and much more of its land has already been granted out to foreign origin nobles under feudal terms. As a result, the old royal districts exist, but they cover a smaller share of the whole. They appear most clearly in connection with an ancient religious foundation near Forfar, which holds long-standing rights to tithes drawn from royal districts and royal lands, whether paid in money or in kind. Lists of second tithes mention several districts by name, and even servile lands are included, showing that the church's income was tied to the full social structure of the countryside. Legal decisions confirm these rights, suggesting that disputes over such revenues remained active even after the political upheavals. Within Angus, the districts again form northern and southern clusters. In the far west, a dramatic valley district is granted with a fixed annual rent and with the small customary services expected in Alexander III's time. Crown accounts later note that nothing is collected from it because it is in a great lord's hands, though the clerks admit they do not know the legal basis, which hints at the confusion that can follow decades of war and shifting grants. Later descriptions show it as a barony with a church settlement, multiple townships, a manor place, mill, glens and forest, the standard package of a feudalised estate. Down the South Esk, other districts appear, one producing a known annual sum that is granted out as a rent reward for service, another granted on an almost symbolic return that resembles a display of lordship more than an economic payment. Yet even here, the human element remains visible. A royal act frees a man described as a native-born serf of one of these districts, and the freedom is extended to his descendants, allowing them to live anywhere in the kingdom without being dragged back into servitude. The language is blunt and final. A person and a bloodline are removed from the category of inherited dependency. It is a small moment within a larger transformation, but it captures the era's shifting boundaries between land, service, and status. Across all these regions, the same story keeps reappearing in different local forms. Older royal districts survive as names and remembered boundaries, but their legal foundations are steadily rewritten. Forests split off and become managed resources. Freeholders remain visible, but their obligations are counted, reserved, sold, or converted into rent. Dependent services persist, but they are increasingly commuted to money and treated as transferable income. And above everything, the Crown uses grants and forfeitures to reorder the map. By the late medieval period, the old system has not simply ended in a single moment. It has been absorbed, reshaped and reissued in new legal language until the earlier form becomes hard to recognise except where a name, a rent or a dispute preserves its outline. Along the eastern edge of Angus, a series of land districts once formed part of an older territorial system that survived well into the medieval period before gradually disappearing. These districts were not isolated estates, but structured landscapes, shaped by long-standing customs, layered obligations, and inherited authority. One such district lay along the south bank of the river, adjoining a neighbouring territory to the west. Although many of its original charters are lost, scattered records reveal that its lands were divided into mills, farms, rents, and service obligations, all bound together under a single administrative unit. By the 14th century, these lands were no longer held under older customs alone, but were increasingly granted in return for military service, signalling a shift toward feudal norms. North of this area, separated by intervening parishes, lay another district that followed a similar path. During the reign of a later king, this territory appears already fragmented, held by several individuals rather than a single authority. Over time, it ceased to function as a unified district and was absorbed into the baronial structure that replaced earlier forms of landholding. Along the northeastern coast, another district stood out for its close association with church lands. Here, religious property, cultivated fields, and administrative authority were closely intertwined. The church controlled large portions of the land, while secular officials managed surrounding estates on its behalf. This blending of religious and secular power marked a transitional stage in land administration. Nearby coastal districts followed comparable patterns. Some were known mainly through annual payments owed to the crown, others through the names of officials recorded briefly in documents before disappearing from the historical record. Further south, along the shore, one district shows an early transformation. Its lands were already held under feudal arrangements by a noble family during the 12th century. A surviving grant illustrates how church lands within the district were freed from older obligations once owed to local rulers and brought under new legal protection. This arrangement closely mirrors developments elsewhere, where church settlements gradually separated from traditional tribute systems. In the southern part of Angus, the remaining districts were fewer but still significant. One western district is known only through the appearance of its local ruler in the 13th century, yet traces of older religious lands within it suggest a deeper history. Nearby lay a much larger and more prominent district, later surrounded by legend, but firmly rooted in administrative reality. Financial records from the late 13th century describe payments owed for portions removed from its territory, along with hospitality obligations measured in livestock and produce. After the Wars of Independence, this district remained under royal control until it was formally transformed into a barony. At that point, not only the land but also its dependent population was transferred to a new lord, marking the effective end of the district as an independent unit. Along the coast of the Tay, another district appears only briefly in the sources, yet its internal structure reveals an important distinction. The land itself belonged to the crown, while a related religious territory remained under the control of a powerful noble family. These two elements, though connected by geography, followed separate legal paths. Nearby lay the final district of the region, which by the mid-14th century had already passed into private hands through marriage. Soon afterward, it too was converted into a barony, complete with dependent labourers and free tenants. The surrounding uncultivated land became known simply as moorland, a reminder of earlier communal use. Crossing the Tay into neighbouring regions, these districts become rarer. Much of the land had been granted early to settlers, holding it under feudal conditions, leaving only scattered remnants of the older system. In one area, the memory of an earlier district survives only through place names associated with land once reserved for its former ruler. Elsewhere, a district is identified through a named official appearing as a witness to church charters, while later records show the same land reorganised as a barony. Another district near the coast appears during boundary surveys and survives in royal grants, before undergoing the same transformation. Further inland, two districts stand out for their early prominence. One served as a royal residence and later became a forest reserved for hunting. Another reveals its earlier status through records of hospitality obligations, measured in livestock and produce, which were later separated from the surrounding land. Once divided, the cultivated lands were reorganized as a barony, complete with a castle, fisheries, and controlled access to surrounding waters. Moving north into a region long associated with early kingship, one of the oldest royal centres appears again as a district. Financial records describe rents owed from its lands, while royal charters show portions granted to religious communities. Over time, this area too was reorganised and recorded as a barony. Nearby, a second district stands apart because it was held not by the crown but by the local earl. Charters from the early 13th century reveal a clear chain of authority linking the district ruler to the earl rather than to the king. Payments from the land were redirected to religious institutions, but the local ruler remained responsible for collecting them. The families who held these offices often rose to considerable prominence. In one case, a family serving as stewards to the regional lord also held control over a district. Over generations, their authority shifted from traditional leadership to feudal office, and eventually their lands were absorbed into larger baronies. Nearby districts appear only fleetingly in the records, identified through the names of officials whose titles suggest inherited leadership within a defined territory. Beyond these areas lay a vast upland region that formed the original power base of the ruling dynasty itself. Here, an extensive religious estate formed the core of royal authority. Within it lay two distinct districts, both managed directly by the crown. Royal orders addressed to local officials show that these lands were used to supply building materials, revenue, and manpower. Financial accounts reveal rents of extraordinary size, reflecting the wealth of the area. Yet even here, authority was divided. Church lands within the territory remained under the control of regional nobles, who later transferred them to religious institutions. During the 14th century, these large districts began to fragment. Individual valleys, farms, and estates were granted separately, often to secure loyalty or reward service. One district passed entirely into private hands and was held thereafter under military obligation. Another remained intact longer, with its ruler continuing to sell portions of land while retaining authority over the remainder. Detailed records from the 15th and early 16th centuries trace this process in remarkable detail, showing successive generations transferring land, retaining rights of reversion, and ultimately surrendering the entire district to their superior lord. Once absorbed, the district was granted anew as a feudal estate, complete with dependent people and defined services. The internal structure of these districts reveals a consistent pattern. Each contained a number of settlements, varying in size but clearly organised within a larger territorial unit. Authority rested with a local ruler whose land formed the core estate. Surrounding this were free holdings occupied by tenants owing fixed payments. Beneath them were dependent cultivators, bound either by tenure or by birth. Church lands formed another layer, cultivated by ecclesiastical dependents and contributing both to religious authorities and to secular obligations. Beyond the cultivated zone lay uncultivated land, later defined as forest, which gradually became detached from the district and managed separately. In the rugged north and west of Scotland, the story unfolded differently from the eastern districts. The forces that reshaped older tribal territories into crown-managed districts in the lowlands did not press as strongly into the mountains and far coasts. Royal authority there often existed more on paper than in daily life, and that weakness mattered. In the wider Highland world, large regional lordships remained in place for much longer, still ruled by powerful native leaders, and the older provincial framework stayed recognisable long after it had begun to dissolve elsewhere. Outside influence was limited, so the social structure of the Gaelic-speaking population changed at its own pace. Yet change still came, not through sudden reform, but through quiet internal shifts. Over generations, the older tribal framework tightened into smaller, kin-based units. When the great provincial structures finally broke apart, and their lands began to fall under outside overlords, a new shape became visible. The clan, with patterns that strongly resembled the kin groups found across the Irish Sea. This clan-based society was largely confined to the Highlands and Islands. Geography protected it. The Highlands were mountainous and difficult to penetrate. The islands, separated by rough waters and narrow sea routes, were still harder to manage from distant royal centres. These conditions helped preserve a population that remained predominantly Gaelic in lineage, language, and custom. In such places, feudal authority could exist in name without reshaping everyday life. A marriage alliance or a royal grant might place a feudal superior over a district, but that did not automatically bring foreign settlement, new languages, or the social transformation seen in the lowlands. The communities continued to organise themselves through kinship, obligation, and local leadership, and the institution of clanship remained largely intact. The transition zone between these two worlds is often described as an invisible boundary, a line dividing Gaelic speech from the language of the lowlands. Yet it also reflects physical reality. For much of its length, it follows the country's natural barriers, mountain ranges, deep glens, narrow passes, and river crossings that could be defended by relatively small forces. From the southern end, this boundary can be traced from the region around Loch Lomond, where a pass between the loch and rising ground leads towards the interior. It then runs through country shaped by lochs and steep-sided valleys, crossing river points that historically served as gateways into the Highlands. From there, it follows the long wall of the Grampians, marking a series of entrances into upland districts, where narrow corridors of travel cut between high slopes. Farther northeast, it continues through territories where smaller ridges and glens guide movement, reaching the great spine of the mountains, then turning along valleys toward the River Dee. At key points, passes lead into upland forests and straths, long associated with Gaelic settlement. Northward, the line continues through river basins that form natural divisions, until it reaches the coast near the Moray Firth, where a river once served as a practical separator between highland communities on one bank and lowland settlement on the other. This boundary cut through several ancient regions that once functioned as major Gaelic lordships. Within each, the portion inside the Highland zone tended to retain its Gaelic population, while the lower and more accessible lands beyond it became increasingly settled by outsiders. Some areas lay entirely within the Highland zone, keeping their Gaelic character over broad territories. Along the western seaboard, a long coastal region stretching far north also maintained this Gaelic continuity, though it developed in a distinctive way because of contact with Scandinavian power. Even in the far north, the pattern repeated. In some places, mountainous interiors remained Gaelic, while more open coastal plains acquired different settlers and different speech, creating sharp internal contrasts within the same broader region. As long as native ruling families remained in control, even when adopting new titles and new political labels, their connection with the Gaelic population stayed strong. The breaking point often came when a lordship passed into outside hands through marriage or political settlement. At that moment, the population of the region did not vanish or transform overnight, but their relationship to authority changed. A people who had once formed part of a larger, unified territory increasingly emerged as separate kin groups under local leaders. In other words, the great regional structure weakened, and clans appeared more clearly as the practical units of society. One of the earliest large regions to fracture was the powerful territory of Moray, which in earlier centuries had been strong enough to resemble a small kingdom. Its native rulers appear in early records as regional kings or high lords. That line eventually ended through conflict and royal consolidation, but the sense of regional unity did not dissolve immediately. The area continued to rally behind rival claimants and competing bloodlines for generations, suggesting that the old provincial identity still carried real weight among the people. Only after repeated rebellions were finally crushed did Moray cease to act as a single political body. At that point, the old unity was effectively broken, and the region's population increasingly expressed itself through smaller kin-based alignments, rather than a single regional cause. A similar process unfolded in other major territories. In Boxen, native rulers are known from a long sequence, and the pattern of succession suggests older inheritance habits that could favour daughters over sons in certain circumstances. Over time, the leadership line passed through marriage into new families, and this shift had long-term consequences. Elsewhere, royal policy rewarded allies with strategic districts, redistributing land and power in ways that weakened older territorial cohesion. Badenoch and Lochaber, for example, became prizes granted to rising families after local resistance was defeated. A reminder that geography alone could not prevent political reorganisation when royal force was applied. Atholl presents a more complex picture. The regional ruling line ended, and the earldom moved through successive marriages into non-Gaelic noble families. Yet within Atholl, a local family continued to hold substantial lands and likely carried the bloodline of earlier rulers. In the northwestern portion, Gaelic settlement remained firm under their presence, while other parts of the earldom saw more outside landholders introduced, especially where large royal estates existed. Over time, major families expanded their control there, but the overall Gaelic character of the earldom endured. This is important. Political titles could change hands while language and local social patterns remained stubbornly resilient. Angus followed a familiar path. A native ruling line appears in early tradition and later in more recognisable medieval form, continuing through several generations. When the last ruler's inheritance passed through marriage, the earldom moved into new hands. Yet even there, older bloodlines may have survived in influential families who retained lands and local authority. The key detail is that only part of Angus lay within the Highland zone, and it was that upland district which most strongly preserved Gaelic continuity. Along the Highland frontier, Menteith experienced another turning point. The ruling line ended with female heirs, and the earldom passed into powerful families whose interests were often tied to broader, lowland politics. Yet the more mountainous western districts retained their Gaelic inhabitants. Strathern shows a similar pattern. The leadership line continued longer, then ended through legal and dynastic shifts that brought the territory under stronger royal control. But again, the Highland side districts remained Gaelic in population, even as the political framework around them changed. Mar stands out because its upland districts formed the core of its older lordship. While some lowland areas slipped away early into competing hands, the Gaelic upland districts remained central to the identity of the earldom and continued to preserve their language and social patterns. Over time, the earldom passed through marriages and political resignations, eventually returning to royal influence, but the Highland districts retained the features that kept clanship viable. Ross developed in a particularly unusual way. Early native rulers are difficult to trace clearly, but the earldom became a focus of competing claims and shifting alliances. At various points, outsiders held the title, and native leaders returned to prominence. A major turning point came when a powerful local figure with deep roots in ecclesiastical lands was elevated into the role, uniting broad territories under one Gaelic line. Later, an heiress carried the earldom into another family, and the region's story became increasingly tied to the rise of a powerful Western dynasty. This connection mattered because the western seaboard and islands followed a different timetable. While eastern and central regions broke apart as their older ruling lines ended and lands moved into feudal hands, the West retained a stronger internal cohesion for longer, held together by dominant Gaelic leadership. The Western Highlands and the Isles had also passed through a period of Scandinavian control. For generations, Norse power shaped the political landscape, and some Gaelic communities became partly interwoven with Scandinavian influence through rule and intermarriage. Certain regions even took names that reflected this history, with the islands widely remembered as territories once dominated by outsiders. Yet the Gaelic world did not disappear. Over time, strong Gaelic leaders drove Scandinavian authority back from much of the mainland, and a new Gaelic power emerged that could rival royal authority itself. A dominant warlord established a kingdom-like rule across a vast coastal zone and seized control of major island territories. When his dominions were divided among his sons, rivalries followed, including lethal conflict within the family. Still, the broader result was the rise of competing branches that controlled key districts on the mainland and in the islands. Royal expansion eventually pushed into the west, but the relationship remained complicated. Mainland territories were gradually brought under royal supervision, while island possessions remained tied to overseas authority until political agreements transferred them. In the later medieval period, rival branches of the Western dynasty took opposite sides in national conflicts. One branch aligned with a claimant who lost, while the other supported the victor. That choice reshaped the balance of power. The victorious branch was rewarded with lands and islands that had previously belonged to its rivals, and through strategic marriage, it also absorbed major northern territories. Over time, this created a single dominant lordship across the Western Gaelic world, a lordship whose authority was so extensive that it functioned like a parallel government. Dynastic politics inside that lordship were not simple. Children from different marriages competed for position, and royal influence played a decisive role in arranging succession. In practice, one line was favoured because of its royal connection, while lands tied to the earlier marriage were set aside as compensation. This settlement did not remove tension entirely, but it provided a framework that held for a time. The lordship continued, strengthened further by marriages that linked it to major lowland families, and extended its reach into contested earldoms. These claims eventually triggered major battles and long confrontations with the Scottish government. The Western Gaelic host could assemble in enormous numbers, and when it marched east, it represented a direct threat to central authority. Royal policy toward the Highlands in this period combined invitation, coercion, and calculated violence. A dramatic example was the summoning of leading Highland figures to a northern assembly, only for many to be arrested once they arrived. Some were executed, others imprisoned, and a few later released. The intent was clear. Remove leadership, destabilise resistance, and force the Highlands into closer submission. The result, however, was predictable. Rebellion followed, towns were burned, royal lands raided, and battles fought in the western glens. Even after the main lords submitted, the wider kin network could rise again under cousins and allies, defeating government forces and fleeing overseas when the king advanced in person. When rebellion threatened to spiral, the crown sometimes switched tactics, restoring titles and offices to turn former enemies into agents of royal control. Yet, the underlying clash did not vanish. Later, leaders entered into alliances with powerful lowland nobles and even foreign kings, treating the Highlands as a base for reshaping the kingdom itself. At one point, a Western ruler proclaimed authority over northern sheriffdoms, placing his own deputies in command. When evidence of treason emerged, Parliament condemned him, and a military expedition forced him to surrender. The settlement that followed was pivotal. The old Gaelic lordship was reduced into a feudal form, its wider claims narrowed, its greatest title taken into the crown, and its remaining lands held only by royal charter. In effect, what had once been a semi-independent Gaelic realm was legally transformed into a conventional, noble estate. Violence and intrigue continued. A leading heir was murdered, rebellions were launched in the name of an aging ruler, and the crown eventually moved to end the lordship altogether. Titles were stripped, estates forfeited, and the last great figure retired into religious life. After his death, attempts to revive the old power surfaced again, using grandsons and nephews as symbols, but these efforts failed. What had truly ended was not merely a title, but the political mechanism that had kept a huge Gaelic population unified under a single dominant dynasty. Once that mechanism broke, the population remained Gaelic, but its unity fragmented. Smaller kin groups asserted themselves. Rivalries hardened, and the broader tribal landscape became a patchwork of clans competing under the shadow of a stronger crown. This broader story helps explain another phenomenon. Although the great provincial tribes broke apart, the older, smaller territorial units did not always vanish from the map. In several Highland districts, an official role survived that looked like an echo of older tribal leadership, now tied to law and local authority. In some regions, this office appears repeatedly, attached to defined districts and passed through grants like other rights. It existed in Argyll's major divisions and in peninsulas like Kintyre, as well as in districts such as Knapdale. Similar offices appear tied to mainland districts in the west and even show traces beyond the Highlands, suggesting that older legal functions could persist, even as political structures changed. In some cases, families took surnames that reflected these roles, showing how office and identity could merge over generations. Despite these survivals, the clan itself emerges clearly as a distinct social unit during the early medieval period. In one eastern region, early Gaelic kin groups are briefly visible before the advancing tide of settlement and political reorganisation erased them. Local leaders appear with their own dependent following, making grants and witnessing agreements in a way that reveals a small kin group operating within a larger territory. Yet in the east, these formations quickly disappear from view as foreign settlement expanded. In a striking contrast, a famous Gaelic kin group appears in the very heart of a region, otherwise known for early feudal transformation. Its later reputation became wrapped in legend, tied to dramatic tales of kingship, revenge, and privilege. Tradition credits this kin group with special rights, ceremonial roles at coronations, precedence in battle, and legal protections involving compensation for certain killings. Whether every detail of the legend is reliable matters less than what the tradition reflects. The persistence of kin-based privilege as a social and legal concept. Medieval law codes and political agreements show that such privileges were treated seriously enough to be confirmed, enforced, and invoked in formal contexts. The language of law recognised a leading figure as principal in such matters, suggesting that older Gaelic concepts of kin authority could be adapted into new political frameworks. By the 15th century, the long process reached a turning point. Overlordships collapsed, major titles were absorbed by the crown, and the great Gaelic dynasties lost the legal foundations of their power. Yet clanship did not vanish. Instead, it became more fragmented, more localised, and in many places more intense. The older tribal world had not simply been replaced, it had been reshaped. Large regional structures dissolved into smaller kin-based units, while traces of older territorial organisation survived in district identities and legal offices. The Highlands and Islands entered a new phase, still Gaelic in culture and speech in many places, but increasingly drawn into the orbit of a centralised state that sought to regulate what it could no longer ignore. At no point did a group known as the Thanes of Fife exist. The name first enters the historical record during the reign of David I, when a man called Gilimichel Macduff appears as a witness to one of the king's early grants to the religious community at Dunfermline. He stands among a small group of powerful figures, including several earls, one of whom was Constantine, Earl of Fife. Shortly afterward, the same individual witnesses the foundation grant of Holyrood Abbey under the title of Earl, showing that Gilimichel had by then assumed the earldom of Fife. This moment marks the formal emergence of the family in royal documentation. The lands controlled by the Earls of Fife from this lineage formed a compact and clearly defined block. They included several parishes within Fife itself and extended into neighbouring districts beyond it. Nearby stood a prominent stone cross traditionally associated with Macduff, which reinforced the sense that this territory represented the heartland of the family's authority. Whether this group descended directly from the earlier inhabitants of the province or represented a later Gaelic kin group introduced when its leader was elevated to the earldom remains uncertain. One possibility is that the family originated farther north and followed Macbeth during the period when he imposed control over the southern regions. Tradition later claimed that the founder of the line broke with Macbeth and supported Malcolm, thereby securing his position and influence. While this story cannot be proven, it gains some plausibility from the fact that the ancestors of the rulers of Moray were remembered in Irish genealogical material under a similar clan name, and that the Earls of Fife held extensive lands in northern districts from an early period. The special privileges later associated with this kin group rest on a different foundation. From the earliest historical period, the province of Fife appears as the leading region of the kingdom, and its earls held precedence over all others. Certain ceremonial rites, such as placing the king upon the coronation stone and leading the first rank in battle, likely belonged to the province itself, rather than to any single family. A further privilege, however, reflects an older kin-based institution. Early legal tradition divided close kinship into graded circles, and the degrees of relationship later recognised within the Macduff lineage align closely with these older groupings. Similar patterns appear in Welsh legal custom, suggesting a shared inheritance from a broader Celtic tradition. Although this kin group occasionally appears south of the Highland frontier, it must already have taken on a clear and recognisable form within the Highlands themselves. Yet historical sources say very little about the internal life of Highland kin groups until the late 14th century, when they begin to appear beyond the mountain barrier. One chronicler, writing just before this change, offers a revealing portrait of the Highland population. He describes them as fierce and independent, accustomed to raiding and resistant to external control, yet also loyal to their ruler and capable of obedience when governed with firmness. This portrayal reflects the viewpoint of an outsider who regarded their customs with suspicion, but it also acknowledges qualities that seem surprising when measured against later events. At the time he wrote, however, his account was justified. Since the suppression of Moray and the conquest of Argyll in the early 13th century, the Highland population had remained largely contained within its own regions. When earlier rebellions occurred, they were driven not by lawlessness, but by loyalty to claimants, believed to possess a legitimate right to rule, much as later risings would follow devotion to a displaced royal house. This period of relative quiet did not last. Within a decade of the chronicler's death, Highland warbands once again crossed into the Low Country. But now they did so as distinct kin groups, rather than as a single regional force. One of the driving figures behind this resurgence was Alexander, a royal prince who'd been granted extensive lands in the north. His aggressive character earned him a fearsome reputation, and although he left no legitimate heirs, he fathered several sons outside marriage. In the early 1390s, armed bands led by one of these sons descended into Angus and met resistance from local authorities and landholders. A violent encounter followed in which the local sheriff and many of his supporters were killed. Contemporary accounts differ in detail, but all agree on the scale and shock of the event. Official reaction came swiftly. A royal decree issued shortly afterward names those held responsible for the killings and orders them outlawed. The list reveals that the attackers were not a single body, but a collection of related groups drawn from different regions, many of them connected through dependence upon the northern prince. Some traced their descent to older ruling families, others occupied lands granted under his authority, and still others were allied groups drawn into the conflict. The cause of the raid appears to have been a dispute over inherited land, which brought southern landholders into conflict with northern kin groups, whose claims overlapped or competed with theirs. Soon after these events, a confrontation of an entirely different nature captured the attention of the kingdom. On a field near Perth, two Highland kin groups agreed to resolve a long-standing feud through a formal combat staged before the king and the assembled nobility. 30 men from each side entered an enclosed space armed only with basic weapons. The fight was brutal and prolonged, and most of the participants were killed. Contemporary observers disagreed on which side prevailed, and the accounts vary on details, but the encounter was remembered as extraordinary. Its purpose appears not to have been vengeance, but judgment. If the dispute between the groups concerned rights or status, such a combat would have been understood as a means of reaching a final decision under royal authority. Later, writers attempted to connect this event with earlier raids and feuds, and some identified the groups involved with clans known from later history. Subsequent events lend weight to these identifications. When royal forces confronted a powerful Western lord decades later, two kin groups deserted him and submitted to the crown. Soon afterward, those same groups clashed violently with one another, culminating in a massacre that nearly destroyed one of them. Over time, surviving branches of both groups reorganized, and their leaders emerged as recognized captains, holding lands and offices by formal grant. As these developments unfolded, the internal structure of the Highland clan became clearer. A clan was not a single undifferentiated mass. At its core stood the chief and his closest kin, bound by blood and lineage. Surrounding them were free members of the same name who acknowledged descent from a common ancestor. Alongside these stood dependent groups who did not claim blood connection, but had placed themselves under the protection of the chief. These might include remnants of older populations, displaced families from other regions, or groups who sought security through allegiance. Over time, kin members who acquired land in their own right founded separate households. Their holdings became hereditary, and their families developed into powerful branches within the wider clan. The most influential of these branches often rivaled the chief himself in wealth and following. This process gradually transformed the clan into a layered society, composed of overlapping loyalties and internal hierarchies. This structure is vividly described by later observers who witnessed the system before its final decline. Land was held by many individuals of varying status, each commanding followers not only from their own holdings, but also from kin and dependents living elsewhere. Farms were commonly occupied by relatives of the chief, who held their land on favourable terms and passed it on within their families until closer heirs displaced them. As kinship ties weakened over generations, these families gradually merged into the general population. Because this pattern endured for centuries, most ordinary tenants eventually shared the chief's surname and regarded themselves as members of his kin group. Alongside this kin-based hierarchy existed a second category of followers, bound not by blood but by obligation. As older customary ties weakened, these relationships were formalized through written agreements. Such contracts bound individuals or entire groups to serve a chief in peace and war, to acknowledge his authority, and to offer specific payments upon death. In return, the chief pledged protection, support, and access to land. These agreements did not create new relationships, so much as they preserved older ones in written form, adapting tradition to changing legal conditions. Another key institution linking chiefs, kin, and dependents was fosterage. Children of leading families were commonly raised in other households, creating bonds that were both emotional and political. These arrangements were carefully regulated. Foster parents undertook the care and upbringing of the child, while both natural and foster families contributed livestock and goods that would become the child's property. The foster household benefited from the produce of this stock, while the child was young, but ownership ultimately rested with the child. Fosterage thus created a network of mutual obligation that strengthened alliances across a clan and between allied groups. Surviving contracts show that this practice continued well into the modern period. They describe in detail the exchange of cattle, the sharing of produce, and the responsibilities of both sides. Even as legal frameworks changed, the underlying purpose remained the same: to bind families together through shared responsibility and trust. When the last Lord of the Isles finally lost his position and large parts of his dominion were taken into the hands of the Crown, the Highlands and Islands were, on paper, brought under direct royal rule. In practice, the result was far less tidy. The old provincial dynasties that had acted as local governors were removed, yet the authority replacing them was distant and often powerless, beyond the Highland frontier. The vacuum left behind shaped much of the 16th century. Instead of steady government, the period was dominated by feuds inside the Highlands themselves. Some kindreds expanded through these struggles, others splintered, and long-standing alliances shifted again and again. In Argyll, a single power rose steadily: the Campbells, who were careful, patient, and consistently aligned with the Crown. Farther north in Ross, the Mackenzies advanced in a similar way, building influence until they stood among the most formidable forces in their region. For a long stretch of time, Highland power did not appear to the lowlands as a single united threat. From the early 15th century, when Donald of the Isles marched south with a vast host, until the upheavals of the 17th century, no comparable, united Highland army forced its way across the internal frontier. That changed only when a royalist commander later gathered the clans as a coordinated force in the north. His rapid campaigns revealed something the lowlands had rarely faced: what the Highland kindreds could achieve when pulled into one direction and handled with skill, even when opposed by major political and military power in Argyll. Outside moments like that, everyday relations between highlands and lowlands followed a more familiar pattern. People in the southern regions knew the clans mostly as distant communities in rougher country, organised around chiefs speaking a different language, wearing distinctive clothing and carrying weapons even during ordinary work. The more southern counties sometimes saw Highlanders as drovers guiding cattle southward, moving with confidence and pride. Bordering districts had harsher experiences, remembering raids, retaliations, and the payments demanded for protection or restraint. Kings repeatedly tried to reduce this turbulence and pull the Highlands into firmer obedience, but most efforts remained limited until stronger action was taken through law. Late in the 16th century, parliamentary measures were introduced that, almost by accident, preserved a snapshot of Highland society. One major statute aimed at restoring order in troubled regions was accompanied by lists that named the local power holders and identified the groups that followed them. These lists drew an important distinction. The landowner under feudal law was not always the same person as the leader recognised by a kin group. In some places, one individual held both roles. In others, the landlord was a legal superior, while the clan followed a different figure as its real organiser and military guide. Even the titles used for leadership reflected internal layers. There was a difference between the hereditary head of a people, the man accepted as the practical war leader, and the heads of smaller branches inside a larger kindred. Often, one person embodied several of these roles, but not always. A clan might accept a capable commander as its day-to-day leader even when that man was not the senior heir by blood. This could happen when the hereditary figure was weak, too young, or politically sidelined, or when another member proved more effective at protecting the group's interests. Once such a leader was accepted, his position could harden into something permanent, especially if he also gained legal control of land through grants recognised by the Crown. Yet these arrangements rarely satisfied everyone. Whenever leadership and bloodline diverged, disputes tended to follow, and clans sometimes fractured into rival factions arguing over who had the true right to command. A second statute soon followed, aimed at curbing theft, raiding, extortion, and forced quartering. It included further lists of clans and surnames across many sheriffdoms and districts, alongside a separate category of broken men, people detached from stable allegiance and living outside normal controls. Combined with later records of who rallied to major commanders, these lists provide a broad view of the Highland world as it existed at the time, region by region. In the Lennox, a major kin group held the upland territory and claimed descent from earlier provincial rulers. Near Loch Lomond and around the eastern lochs, another name appears repeatedly, associated with persistent conflict and harsh government response. In Balquhidder, a separate group held local ground, while in Atholl, one powerful kindred dominated a wide area and preserved a lineage tied to older earls. In Glenshee and Glenisla, yet another cluster is associated with its own leading family. Crossing the mountain barrier into the northeast, a large confederation filled the highland districts of Mar and Buchan and pushed outward through straths into Badenoch and Lochaber, carrying with it both branches and dependent groups. In Ross, two influential powers were established. One, older in local standing, the other rising fast through careful expansion. In the far northwest, separate clans occupied Sutherland and Caithness, where landscape and distance shaped a different style of warfare and alliance. In Argyll and the Isles, the map of power was dominated by families connected to the old Sea Lords, whose descendants broke into multiple lines after the main ruling branch ended. Several of these groups traced their identity to a shared Sea King ancestry, yet over time they divided into distinct clans with separate territories and rival ambitions. Some lines were based in Skye or the Northern Isles, others in Islay and Kintyre, others in Lochaber, Ardnamurchan, or smaller pockets of the mainland. Around them stood other important forces. A rising power in Argyll with its core in inland Loch country, strong island clans with major seats in Skye and Lewis, and additional families established in Mull, Giga, Barra, Cornwall, and the glens between the sea lochs. In several cases, cadet branches became as politically significant as the senior line, holding key lands and commanding men in their own right. The very word used for these groups originally carried a simple meaning. It pointed to people seen as the descendants of a common ancestor. The clan name was less a label of territory than a statement of origin. Individuals were traditionally identified through father names, rather than fixed surnames in the modern sense. At the top of a clan, the leader's style often implied direct descent from the founder, while heads of smaller branches used forms that expressed their own line within the larger kin group. Among ordinary members, identity could be expressed in a simpler way, more like an affiliation than a detailed genealogy. In the same society, however, not everyone fit neatly into clan structures. The law lists also mentioned surnames that did not always function like clans. Some had Gaelic forms or Gaelic equivalents rendered into Scots speech. Some looked territorial, tied to lands and place names. Others were clearly of foreign origin, yet had lived in the Highlands long enough to adopt the local language, habits, and the entire spirit of clanship. Because this naming system leaned so heavily on personal descent, it is not surprising that genealogies mattered intensely. In early Highland society, a pedigree was not just a story. It was a framework for rights and status. The remembered chain of descent could define rank inside the group, clarify who stood closest to the leadership line, and support claims to land and inheritance. In that world, genealogy functioned like a legal instrument. The people responsible for preserving these lines were not only celebrants of heroic memory, they were guardians of claims and precedents. Over time, this old system came under pressure. As the kingdom developed into a mixture of peoples and institutions, feudal law became the official language of power. Gaelic custom remained strong locally, but it was not always recognised by the state. Disputes over succession sharpened, rebellions led to forfeitures, and land confiscations fractured older tribal structures. As clans were broken apart or forced to compete in a political arena shaped by feudal rules, genealogies began to shift in purpose. Where descent once secured practical rights inside a customary system, it increasingly became a tool for prestige, rivalry, and survival in a new order. Under these pressures, traditions could be stretched, reworked, or even invented to defend a clan's standing against competitors. A further change followed as political and cultural influence moved through the country. For centuries, the ruling power and Highland society had shared older Celtic roots. Later, the dominant class and the clergy increasingly represented a related but distinct tradition with different naming habits and different ideas about national origins. At the same time, national stories were reshaped into grander myths, placing imagined founders in the deep past and rewriting the relationship between Highland, Lowland, and earlier peoples. In that atmosphere, it was almost inevitable that clans would seek a place in the enlarged story, reshaping their own origins to match the prestige of the dominant narrative. Then, another influence grew stronger: contact with Ireland. Marriage links, military service, and long-standing movement across the sea brought Highland families into closer connection with Irish learned culture. Highland professional tradition keepers gradually lost ground to specialists trained in Irish methods, and the rebuilding of damaged or incomplete lineages often drew on better preserved Irish models. As a result, many Scottish clan genealogies began to lean heavily toward Irish frameworks, linking Highland origins to famous ancestral lines from across the water. The oldest surviving written versions of numerous clan pedigrees appear in Irish manuscript collections, produced in the late medieval period. And these records shaped how later generations understood their own descent. In those pedigrees, most clans can be traced back with reasonable confidence to the person whose name the clan carried, or to the near generations around that figure. From that point backward, however, a pattern repeats. The older the genealogy becomes, the more it begins to merge into legendary structures, tying clans into grand mythic ancestries and early heroic histories. Some groups are made to descend from figures associated with ancient colonizing stories. Others are attached to famous dynastic founders and early royal lines, even when the timing and number of generations do not fit realistic human sequence. In several cases, a few names are stretched to cover centuries, compressing time so severely that the line cannot be credible as a literal father-to-son chain. This does not mean that the clan did not exist, or that its local roots were false. It means that the deep past of the pedigree was often crafted to meet political needs, align with fashionable origin stories, or strengthen a claim to rank. The same issue appears when multiple clans are assigned a shared ancestor within a particular region. These groupings may preserve a genuine memory of related origins or long association, yet the links that attach them to earlier dynasties frequently show signs of careful construction rather than preserved fact. Some genealogies combine Gaelic lines with names of Norse rulers, mixing traditions across centuries, and producing sequences that cannot be reconciled with the known arrival of Scandinavian power. In other cases, names associated with earlier peoples appear inside clan pedigrees, in ways that hint at local realities, even while the surrounding framework is arranged to connect the clan to prestigious royal ancestors. During the 16th century, the clan world was pushed into closer contact with the crown than ever before. By the final decades of that century, lawmakers were no longer satisfied with occasional punishments or local bargains. They wanted a system that could reach into the glens and islands and force the chiefs to answer for land, money, and order. Earlier, measures had already tried to name the main players and curb violence, but a later decision proved far more disruptive. It did not merely complain about raids and disorder. It demanded proof in writing of who owned what. In the winter of 1597, a new law was announced with a blunt purpose. Highland and island landholders were to show their holdings. The government described the region as a place that withheld rents and services, blocked safe trade, and wasted resources that could have made the country prosperous. The language was harsh, but the mechanism was even harsher. Landlords, clan leaders, principal householders, and anyone claiming rights to land or fishing grounds were ordered to appear before the Central Financial Court and present their charters, titles, and legal documents. They were expected to guarantee regular payments to the Crown and accept full responsibility for the conduct of their followers, tenants, servants, and dependents under royal law. Failure carried a devastating threat. Anyone who did not appear or could not produce acceptable proof risked losing every legal claim they said they possessed. On paper, their rights could simply be declared void. The Crown had found a lever that could move almost everything in the Highlands because so many claims rested on fragile foundations. The timing made the pressure even worse. After decades of turmoil following the fall of the great island lordship, many families had lost documents in war, fire, and upheaval. Some held land by grants that no longer existed on parchment. Others possessed property because it had once belonged to forfeited magnates, and their own legal standing depended on arrangements made under that older regime. In certain districts, rival branches fought over the same estates, each side able to point to some partial recognition granted at different moments. In other places, the legal superior was an outside family with a paper title, while the land itself was held in reality by a clan that had occupied it for generations. And in many corners of the Highlands, the strongest right was simply long possession defended by force, not a sealed charter stored in a chest. Meanwhile, the new law created opportunity for ambitious outsiders. Families who held dormant claims, or who had never been able to enforce feudal rights in the Highlands, suddenly saw a path forward. If the current occupants failed to prove title, a rival could step in with paperwork, connections, and influence. The result was a legal battlefield. Chiefs who had once measured status through ancestry, reputation, and manpower now had to defend themselves in a world that rewarded written documents, formal rank, and court recognition. The struggle was not only about land, it was also about prestige. Standing in official records, being treated as an equal among titled families, and carrying recognized authority became essential for survival. That pressure shaped what came next. From around this period, manuscript histories began to appear. Family narratives that claimed ancient rights, inserted convenient charters, and promoted grander origins. These texts later fed into printed accounts that helped cement a new image of the clans. A pattern developed. The founding figure of a clan was no longer presented as a purely native leader, rising from local tradition. Instead, he was increasingly described as a foreign noble, Norse, Danish, Norman, or connected to an admired family, who supposedly entered the Highlands and gained both territory and leadership by marrying the daughter of the last, old, Celtic chief. It was an elegant solution for a society now judged by feudal logic. A marriage story could claim native continuity through the heiress, while also claiming foreign prestige through the newcomer. Many of these stories share the same structure. A stranger arrives, distinguished by bravery or birth. A local line conveniently ends in a daughter. The outsider marries her, inherits the land, and becomes the founder of the modern house. The clan's name is then explained as a nickname, a translation, or a corruption of some foreign term. These narratives spread because they were useful. They made a clan sound competitive beside families who already held feudal titles and court connections. They also offered a neat, legal-looking bridge between older possession and newer documents. When these claims are tested, the problems become obvious. Some are built on a single early appearance of a name that later writers expand into a dramatic origin story. Others depend on invented charters that follow a familiar recipe. A king grants lands directly as a grand feudal unit. Witnesses are listed to make the document look official, and the whole thing is framed as royal reward for loyal service. But the details often do not fit. The land in question may have been held under a different superior at the time. The king may not have had authority over it. Witnesses can belong to the wrong generation, or to another reign entirely. Dates slide around whenever a contradiction appears. A battle is used to anchor the legend, then the timeline is adjusted when someone notices that the title or office mentioned did not yet exist. Instead of repairing the story, the adjustments usually multiply the errors. One of the most striking examples of this kind of myth-making involved a powerful northern family that later produced a skilled political writer among its leaders. A tradition was promoted, claiming that the clan's founder came from a distinguished Irish house. fought beside the Scots in a famous battle, was rewarded with a strategic posting and married a local heiress to secure the key lands that later became the clan's heartland. To support the tale, references were made to a monastic record fragment and to a royal grant. Yet both supports collapse when examined closely. The chronology does not hold. The supposed witnesses belong to the wrong era. The land superior at the time was not the crown. The legal form of the grant does not match what would have been possible in that period. The pieces do not reinforce each other. They depend on one another, and once one falls, the whole construction falls with it. Once one prominent clan adopted a prestigious foreign origin, others felt pressure to follow. Rival houses could not easily allow a neighbour to claim elegant connections to celebrated lineages, while they remained merely local. In some cases, unrelated clans were suddenly described as stemming from the same foreign family, presented as brothers who founded separate lines in different districts. Sometimes this shift can be traced to earlier genealogies being awkwardly merged. Names that appeared in separate traditions were treated as if they belonged to the same person. Lines were stitched together until two clans could be described as one family. After that, it was easy to attach a fashionable origin story and declare the matter settled. The urge to claim impressive ancestry did not stop with one region. Another major island clan was soon reimagined as descending from Scandinavian royalty. A later narrative connected its founder to a royal house of the Isles, and then improved itself again by swapping characters and rewriting the family tree until it sounded more plausible on the surface. But the source material that truly records those kings does not mention the sons the story requires. The claim was built by selecting a known royal marriage and then inventing the offspring needed to connect modern clan leaders to famous rulers. A more realistic possibility survives in older tradition, a mixed background in which the male line is local, while a mother or grandmother links to Scandinavian blood. That kind of blending fits the history of the Western Seaways far better than a clean, convenient royal pedigree. Other clans were pulled into similar fabrications. Some were said to descend from celebrated earls, based on nothing more than the interpretation of a name. If a clan name could be translated as son of a thane, then it was tempting to attach it to a legendary thane who had become famous in national storytelling. But the dramatic version does not match the realities of how lordship and landholding worked in the relevant period. A more grounded explanation points toward local officials, whose lands were later absorbed or restructured by royal grants. In that setting, a clan's traditional territory could easily overlap with church lands, forest rights, and regional jurisdictions. Disputes could arise over such ground, and surviving records suggest that some supposed great origins were later decorations added to a much more practical history. Even families whose rise was already well documented were not immune to the trend. A name that resembled a Norman place name encouraged writers to assert Norman descent. Yet the resemblance could be forced, the foreign name altered to fit, and older spellings did not support the claim. The reality may be simpler. A descriptive epithet becoming a hereditary label, later treated as if it must be foreign because it sounded foreign to later ears. Over time, a leading figure's nickname could become the family's public identity, and the older Gaelic form could be pushed into the background. Not every clan needed to invent a foreign founder. Those descending from the great sea lords of the Isles had origins that fell within historic memory, and could be traced with a consistency that left little room for creative rewriting. Their landholding situation also gave them less incentive to forge a new identity, because their positions were often confirmed after the major forfeitures. Yet even here, imitation appeared. Some groups not truly connected to the island dynasty tried to attach themselves to it, hoping the association would strengthen their standing. These claims tend to crumble because the supposed founders appear clearly in documents under different parentage and different local contexts. A fabricated link might look attractive in a later narrative, but it cannot survive direct comparison with earlier evidence. Alongside the struggle for noble origins ran another thread: the role of the church and the monasteries. Several clan names and traditions point toward descent from lay abbots or hereditary custodians of religious houses. In some districts, a family's authority may have begun through control of a monastery's temporal lands and leadership roles, rather than through pure military lordship. Where a clan held ground around an ancient religious site, old personal names tied to saints often appear in early genealogies. Bonds of friendship and alliance in later centuries sometimes hint at older connections between families that believed themselves to be of one house, not in a modern legal sense, but through shared tradition and long association. By comparing the different layers of tradition, a broad conclusion emerges. Popular clan origins, as they were confidently presented in later centuries, often say more about political need than about early medieval reality. The older genealogies, those that focus on the clan's named founder and a limited number of generations around him, can still preserve genuine memory. They often make sense geographically and socially. The later, improved pedigrees, with foreign knights, heiresses, and perfectly timed royal charters, usually belong to a different world. The world created by legal pressure, social rivalry, and the desire to compete in an order where paperwork mattered more than oral tradition. That same shift helps explain how quickly these inventions could be accepted. When a grand, imaginative national history spread across Scotland, many communities adopted it as if it were ancient truth, especially where the stories seemed to match local pride or local landmarks. Once a famous chronicler turned obscure figures into glorious kings, clans were quick to recognise those figures as their own ancestors. A legend that served identity could become tradition within a surprisingly short time. Even if the dramatic pedigrees are rejected, patterns still remain. Clans can be grouped by older regional formations that likely predate the later clan structure. The Western Highlands and Isles show one large cultural zone shaped by seaways, Norse contact, and island lordship. The Central and Eastern Highlands show another zone, tied to older provincial power in Moray and neighbouring districts. Other clusters appear around Ross, Atholl, Strathern, and Lennox. Another notable grouping seems linked to the old monastic landscape, where several clans share traditions that point toward religious foundations and hereditary church offices. In this view, the clans themselves are largely native in origin, while the surnames of the Highlands include both native lines and families of outside descent that became fully absorbed into Gaelic society. The story does not end in the 17th century because the meaning of clan continued to evolve. In the 18th century, Highland mobilisation again shook the British state, and officials could still speak of clans, chiefs, and military strength as if these were living realities. Yet by the 19th century, the same society was increasingly governed by modern law, regular administration, and commercial landholding. A striking legal dispute later exposed the gap between the old world and the new. Lands once granted with conditions tied to a particular clan were sold and inherited over generations. Eventually the question arose: could succession be limited to members of a clan in the legal sense, excluding heirs who were related by ordinary law but not considered part of the kin group? The court's answer was blunt. Whatever clanship had once been, it no longer functioned as a legal institution that a modern court could recognise. Even if it might be possible to talk about clans socially, the law could not treat clan membership as a qualification for inheriting property. The old features that once defined clanship, military organisation, feudal obedience within the group, heritable jurisdictions, and the independent authority of chiefs, had been stripped away by time, government policy, and social change. Without those features, clan remained as memory, ceremony, and family tradition, but not as a corporate body with legal standing. Courts could not be asked to decide who truly belonged to a clan as a matter of law, nor to enforce clan identity as a rule of succession. In effect, the modern legal state treated clanship as something historical, rather than operative. In earlier centuries, clans had existed under a kind of tolerated reality, sometimes feared, sometimes negotiated with, sometimes restrained, yet never fully accepted as autonomous powers within the kingdom. In later centuries, even that tolerated status vanished. The Highlands became part of a centralised legal order where property moved by deeds, succession rules, and enforceable contracts, not by kin allegiance. Chiefs might still be celebrated, gatherings held, tartans worn, and stories repeated, but those belonged to culture, not to enforceable law. By the early 17th century, Highland society had entered a period of deep and irreversible change. The laws introduced toward the end of the previous century had already weakened the political position of the clans as collective bodies. What followed went further. It began to reshape the everyday relationship between people and the land itself. This transformation did not come from a single decision or reform. It emerged from a combination of legal pressure, economic change, and the growing reach of central authority. Together, these forces slowly dismantled the older land system that had sustained Highland life for centuries. The expanding authority of the state now recognised only one form of land ownership as legitimate. Anyone who held land under a formal title was treated as its absolute owner. Anyone who occupied land without a clearly documented right derived from that owner was reduced in legal terms to a temporary tenant with no permanent claim. Older customs rooted in kinship and tradition were ignored if they conflicted with these principles. The law did not acknowledge ancestral usage, communal rights, or inherited obligations unless they could be translated into formal property rights. This shift alone altered the balance of power within every clan territory. The first relationship to be attacked was the bond between the chief and the ordinary people of the clan. For generations, chiefs had claimed certain customary payments at the death of a clan member, usually taking the best animal from the household as a form of tribute. This practice had once been defended as compensation for protection in times of danger. Now, it was redefined as abuse. New legislation outlawed the practice entirely, declaring that no one had the right to seize property under such claims. At the same time, other laws aimed to restrict traditional land use, especially seasonal grazing and hunting, which were now blamed for damaging woodland and wildlife reserves. What had once been part of the normal rhythm of rural life was recast as disorder and waste. To understand what was being dismantled, it is necessary to look closely at how land had been organised. Clan land was divided into farming units made up of cultivated fields, meadows, pasture, and rough hill ground. These units stretched from rivers and shorelines up into the hills, forming long strips that included every type of soil needed to survive. A boundary marked the upper limit of cultivation. Below it lay the arable land and grazing for dairy cattle. Above it spread the open hill pasture used for sheep, horses, and young stock. Within the cultivated area, land was further divided. The inner fields surrounded the settlement itself and were kept under constant cultivation, receiving all available manure. Beyond them lay outer fields that were worked in rotation, alternating between crops and fallow. Meadows provided small quantities of hay. Slopes, rough ground, and small enclosures near the houses were used as seasonal pasture. Above all of this lay the wide uplands, shared by the entire farming community. These farming units were occupied in different ways. Some were worked directly by local elites, who employed poorer households to assist them. Others were leased out to subtenants. In many places, the land was held collectively by groups of families, who lived together in clustered settlements. The cultivated fields were redistributed among them at regular intervals, while grazing land was shared according to carefully measured rights. Livestock numbers were regulated so that each household could keep only what its share of land allowed. In many cases, the animals themselves belonged to the landlord or leaseholder and were lent to the tenants as part of the agreement. This system created tightly bound communities. Families worked together, shared risk, and depended on one another for survival. It was not efficient by modern standards, but it spread hardship evenly and provided a degree of security. In the islands, similar arrangements existed, though land units varied widely in size. Some supported only a handful of families, others many more. Seasonal grazing in the hills remained essential, and temporary summer settlements were used when local pasture was insufficient. Large areas of the highlands were never farmed at all. Mountain ranges and remote uplands were kept as hunting reserves or left unused. These spaces had existed outside normal agriculture for as long as memory reached. Control over them was tied to authority and status, and over time these rights were increasingly formalized. New grants confirmed exclusive control over forests and grazing, and penalties were imposed on anyone whose animals strayed into protected ground. Attempts were made to reform communal farming itself. One law aimed to end the periodic redistribution of fields, but it was written narrowly and had little effect in practice. The old system survived, especially where land was held jointly rather than owned outright. The 18th century brought further upheaval. Several powerful forces combined to reshape highland society from below. Sheep farming expanded into areas once used by people. Large-scale migration removed whole families from their ancestral land. New industries created short-term prosperity while undermining long-term stability. One of these was the harvesting of seaweed for industrial use, which briefly became a major source of income along the coast. Another was the widespread adoption of a new food crop that dramatically increased the number of people the land could support. As these changes took hold, traditional obligations between landholder and occupant were converted into rent. Land was no longer valued primarily for the people it sustained, but for the income it could generate. Rents rose sharply. Those who could not adapt were forced to leave. Some emigrated overseas. Others were pushed into marginal land or reduced to dependence on seasonal labour. Sheep farming accelerated this process. Large holdings were consolidated. Small farming communities were broken up. While much of the upland used for sheep had never supported settlement, the need for winter pasture led to the removal of people from lower ground as well. Many lost their homes not because their land was needed for crops, but because it was needed to support animals. Migration slowed during wartime, then resumed with greater force. Entire communities left together, often led by former local leaders. This process followed a harsh logic. As large farms expanded, the displaced population departed. From a narrow economic perspective, the numbers balanced. From a human one, the cost was enormous. In coastal regions, the seaweed industry briefly reversed the trend. It created work and encouraged population growth. Because it required intense labour for short periods, it depended on a dense local workforce. To sustain that workforce, people turned increasingly to the new crop that had already spread through the highlands. It provided food on poor soil and allowed families to survive on ever smaller plots. The result was rapid population growth, without corresponding increases in grain production. In many places, the land produced no more traditional food than it had decades earlier. The difference was filled almost entirely by the new crop. When it failed, there was no buffer. To manage rising numbers, communal farms were divided into small individual plots. This made cultivation more efficient, but it removed the safeguards that had once limited subdivision. Without secure leases or guidance, plots were repeatedly split among heirs. Seasonal industries masked the problem for a time. When they collapsed, the underlying weakness was exposed. A new class emerged: landless labourers, dependent on small plots and casual work. Fishing villages were created to absorb displaced families, but many failed to provide lasting livelihoods. Instead, they became overcrowded settlements with few resources. Further removals only increased pressure on these communities. When industrial demand vanished and crops failed, the system collapsed. Large numbers of people were left without food or work. The crisis revealed how dependent highland society had become on fragile supports. What had once been a balanced, if harsh system now produced widespread destitution. Even then, remnants of the older way survived in the most remote regions. In the Outer Hebrides, communal landholding and shared grazing continued into modern times. There, farming communities still divided land by lot, rotated fields, shared pasture, regulated livestock, supported the poor collectively, and governed themselves through custom rather than formal law. Seasonal movement to upland pasture remained a central event, marked by ritual, cooperation, and deep emotional attachment. These communities operated according to inherited rules, refined by experience. Land was measured carefully. Stock was balanced precisely. Disputes were settled internally. Assistance was given to those in need. Labour was shared. Decision-making rested with the group. Leadership existed, but authority was limited and accountable. Life in these settlements followed a rhythm shaped by land, animals, and season. Work was collective. Responsibility was shared. Customs reinforced solidarity. Even religious practice was woven into agricultural life, marking movement, labour, and survival. This world did not disappear because it was inefficient. It disappeared because it did not fit the new legal and economic order. As modern agriculture expanded and centralised, authority grew stronger. Communal systems were pushed aside. What survived did so on the margins, protected by isolation rather than recognition. By the time these communities were studied in detail, they were already vanishing. Yet their existence shows that Highland society did not collapse suddenly or uniformly. Older structures endured long after political power had shifted. They adapted, resisted, and persisted where they could. What eventually ended them was not a single disaster, but the steady replacement of kin-based land use, with a system that recognised only documents, rents, and markets. What remains is the record of a way of life that balanced land and people through shared obligation, rather than individual ownership. It was neither idyllic nor simple, but it sustained generations under conditions where survival itself was uncertain. Its disappearance marked not just an economic transformation, but the final breaking of a social world built on collective memory, mutual dependence, and lived tradition.